Marcio.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are, welcome to this high-level event to commemorate the extension of the term of the Africa Legal Support Facility. My name is Joel Kibazo, and I'll be your master of ceremonies and guide over the next 2 days as we hear views, reflections, and discuss topics around our theme, Smart Legal Capacity for Africa's Development, in the new phase for the Africa Legal Support Facility that starts next year. Over the next 2 days, I promise you a distinguished set of speakers and discussion roundtables that I hope will enrich your understanding, knowledge, and appreciation of the important and critical role being played by the Africa Legal Support Facility. Now, just to mention, please be aware that there is translation in both English and French throughout the 2 days of the event. So now to start us off, I now call upon Mr. Stephen Karangizi, the Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Legal Support Facility. Over to you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Joel. Your Excellency, the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, and also Chairman of the AU High-Level Committee on IFF, the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akunomi Adesina, the Chairperson of the ALSF Governing Council, Mr. Chris Chalmers, and the members of the Governing Council, the Chairperson of the ALSF Management Board, Madame Eva Jala, and the members of the board, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to welcome you all to this high-level event to commemorate the extension of the term of the African Legal Support Facility. On behalf of the African Legal Support Facility, ALSF, I would like to thank all the participants who have joined us here for this 2-day event. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akunomi Adesina, for his excellent leadership of the bank and his vital support for the ALSF since he assumed office. Mr. President, apart from hosting the facility, the AFDB Group has been our largest benefactor. Above all, the President has been our biggest champion, highlighting the work we do and encouraging us at every opportunity. I would also like to express our appreciation to all the other ALSF's financing partners. Your continuous support is a strong vote of confidence in our mandate. I take this opportunity to particularly thank the Governing Council and the Management Board members for their dedication and constructive guidance, and all our key partners, members, and various stakeholders for supporting our efforts and sharing in our responsibilities. This includes both current and past members of the Governing Council and Management Board, and I am pleased to indicate that one of our longest serving chairpersons of the Governing Council, Mr. Charles Boama, has joined us today, and we thank him for all the support that he provided to us over the years during the time when he was a senior vice president of the bank. Finally, we recognize and thank the African finance ministers and the African Development Bank Group for their foresight in founding the ALSF to strengthen the legal and technical capacities of African countries to negotiate fair deals, maximize African resources for development and assist African countries defend themselves in international litigation. Your Excellencies, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, today the ALSF has matured into a unique African institution and is central to ensuring the rule of law in developing and transforming Africa. Over the years, our interventions in many African countries have led to speedy negotiations and conclusion of sustainable and equitable complex commercial infrastructure and extractive agreements, increased fairness and balance in commercial creditor litigation representation and outcomes, enhanced capacity of African lawyers to negotiate complex commercial deals, increased financial and non-financial benefits for African states, and development of relevant knowledge products to fill legal capacity gaps. Thus, whereas the value proposition of the ALSF was indisputable when it was established, the real benefits to African countries of our interventions have cemented our place in the African development space. Our interventions are leveling the playing field between African countries and their counterparties for durable, equitable, and sustainable benefits to the parties. However, many challenges threaten our modest accomplishments, and we also consider them as opportunities to enhance our work. These include, but are not limited to, inadequate local legal capacity that is at national level in most of our countries, still in place poorly drafted concessions or contracts for large commercial investments, mounting debt and potential surge in vulture fund litigation, particularly the fact that most of the debt being accumulated, some in many cases includes commercial debt, challenges of investment court systems, and then finally, above all, illicit financial flows or capital flight from Africa. For this, we are honored, greatly honored, to have His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki speaking today in his capacity as chairman of the AU High-Level Panel on IFF. Over the years, we've been privileged to work with his panel and other related committees. But as you'll hear from him, there's still a lot of work to do, and we believe that the work we do as ALSF complements what His Excellency is leading on the AU High-Level Panel. Unless we redouble our efforts, these challenges and their impacts will be exacerbated by global phenomena such as the ongoing COVID pandemic, other potential pandemics, digitalization, for which our continent is still not sufficiently advanced, and climate change. Cognizant of this, the ALSF outlook is to ensure smart legal capacity for African development, as expressed in the theme of this conference. Smart legal capacity requires the ALSF to combine legal support and capacity building with relevant technologies and work across sectors, while at the same time ensuring that Africa's legal and regulatory regimes are enhanced or reimagined to stimulate rather than retard innovation. In the digital economy, a skilled workforce must integrate appropriate technologies to maximize productivity. This is true for lawyers as well. And the ALSF, we see the new phase as an opportunity to equip African lawyers and experts, not only with skills to undertake complex commercial transactions and to facilitate good governance and environmental and social sustainability, but also with capacity to adopt or utilize innovative technologies and cross-sectoral approaches to maximize Africa's resources and resolve any challenges. Your Excellency, President of the AFDB Bank Group, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days of this conference, we'll take stock of our achievements, reflect on the lessons learned, and discuss practical ways to develop the legal and technical capacity of African countries to facilitate investments, maximize resources, and save and protect the resources they already have in the context of illicit financial flows for sustainable development. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize the excellent work carried out by the team at ALSF not only for their efforts in working with the team at the bank, whom we also thank, to organize this event, but also for their dedication and hard work. Once again, you are welcome to the conference, and we thank you for your participation. Thank
you. Very much, Stephen Karangizi. He is the Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Legal Support Facility. Just to mention, ladies and gentlemen, also that as well as French and English, we do also have Portuguese translation. So please be aware of that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to share with you a video that it really encapsulates the journey of the African Legal Support Facility to date. So just have a look at this. It really will give you a picture of where things have been before we go, as we transition into the next phase.
At the dawn of the century, African ministers of finance realized the need to set up an institution that could provide legal assistance to African countries. In response, hosted by the African Development Bank, the African Legal Support Facility was established in 2008. Its mission: to provide legal advice and technical assistance in negotiation of complex commercial transactions and creditor litigation, to develop and maintain related knowledge resources and publications, to encourage countries and investors to conclude equitable, bankable, and sustainable agreements that deliver value to African countries while protecting their sovereign rights. At the core of who we are lies compliance with the best international practices in corporate governance. The Director and Chief Executive Officer reports to the Management Board appointed by the Governing Council, which is the supreme body of the ALSF. In its first decade of existence, the ALSF approved over $100 million for almost 300 operations in more than 50 countries. On average, demand for its services has increased by 35% each year. Today, the ALSF has 60 members and remains by definition open to all African countries. The growing membership, the increasing and widespread demand for its services, and the recent endorsement to extend the facility's initially foreseen lifetime manifest the rising importance of its support.
They have achieved their missions with dignity and poise, the credibility that they bring into the whole system. I think no one will ever doubt the continuity of LSF.
I am 100% sure that, both partnership and development-wise, in terms of now the benefits, as well as the, negotiating good contracts in a mutual way, is concerned, this facility is the best thing that Africa, ever had.
The involvement of the ALSF has become synonymous with high-quality transactions, objectivity, propriety, and inclusiveness that engender trust and promote social cohesion and development. The achievements resulting from facilities' interventions include savings and revenues for governments, increase of private sector investment, 50% litigation cases won against voucher funds, which before won nearly all cases against African countries. 57 contract negotiations that achieved greater benefits for host countries. Almost 230,000 direct and indirect jobs created. Over 10,000 African legal professional and government officials trained on negotiation of complex commercial transactions and creditor litigations. The Nachtigal Hydro Dam in Cameroon and the Tiaba Ndiaye wind farm in Senegal, two power projects supported by the ALSF, were recognized respectively as African Power Sector and Wind African Transactions of the Year by the 2018 IJ Global Awards. Combined, they represent an increase of 570 megawatts in generation capacity of clean, reliable power at competitive tariffs to support industrial expansion, job creation, and economic growth, especially for local communities. But the history of ALSF's first 10 years is told by many more stories of success. Assisting the Somali government in the negotiations with Paris Club creditors that resulted in Somalia receiving $1.4 billion debt relief, approximately 67% of the country's Paris Club debt. Supporting the government of Uganda to develop an oil refinery project framework agreement, putting an end to a series of inconclusive negotiations and enabling a project build to double the Hoima district facility capacity. Assisting the government of Rwanda to draft and negotiate project development, joint venture and concession agreements for the development of the Bugesera International Airport, positioning Kigali to become a nerve center for business and travel in the sub-region.
Nous lançons un appel à ces pays-là pour que ces pays puissent adhérer massivement, ceux qui n'ont pas encore signé, de signer le traité, ceux qui ont signé mais qui n'ont pas encore ratifié, de ratifier ces traités pour bénéficier des avantages et de l'assistance juridique de la facilité.
Chez nous en Afrique, en tout cas, c'est l'outil idéal pour l'instant parce que d'abord c'est notre, il faudrait qu'on le s'approprie.
You know, I call them the guardian angels.
Looking ahead, the ALSF will play a vital role to ensure the recovery efforts from the effects of COVID-19. The facility will continue to move fast to provide flexible responses aimed at reducing the severe economic and social impact of the pandemic, and to walk side by side with African governments and organizations as they develop post-COVID mitigation and recovery strategies.
The facility now looks towards the future. We start preparing a new medium-term strategy for the next phase, and we are looking at building on the successes of the facility.
The sustainable, fair, developed Africa we aim for lies ahead of us. Future is in the making.
I'm sure you can see it's been quite a journey in the first phase of the Africa Legal Support Facility. Now I call upon, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Christopher Chalmers, who is the chairman of the Africa Legal Support Facility Governing Council, for his remarks. Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, distinguished members of the ALSF Governing Council and Management Board, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Governing Council of the ALSF, it is my greatest pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to you all to this high-level event to commemorate the extension of the term of the facility. The Governing Council is the body that provides the highest level of oversight and strategic direction to the facility. And as its current chair, I am proud and pleased to see the broad range of transactions that the ALSF continues to support, enhancing as it does so the capacity of African professionals and government officials in its focus areas. Considering the high demand for its services, it is easy to forget that the ALSF is still a young institution. It was founded a little more than a decade ago, but over that short time, it has managed to gain 60 members, the vast majority of whom are African countries. The fact that the facility is so obviously valued by its members was a key reason why the Governing Council was pleased to extend it into the new phase of a further 14 years that we are marking at today's event. So the ALSF is now 10 years old, and it has its teenage years to look forward to. As with any teenager, we must continue to try our very best to help it keep a clear sense of direction and remain focused on its core strengths that it has worked so hard to build up over the years. This is particularly important given the rapidly expanding field of legal support that it is called on to provide. But I have real confidence that the facility will continue to rise to the challenges it faces. This confidence is founded in the strong track record of the facility itself, in the clear support it receives from its members and partners, including, of course, and crucially, our African Development Bank, and last but of course not least, in the obvious strength and dedication of its own staff. Today's event is a key opportunity for all of us, whether regional member countries, donors or partners, to help guide the ALSF in how it can best support African countries as they face the opportunities and challenges of the future. Recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, the fourth industrial revolution, and the asymmetry of legal and technical capacity in Africa being just a few of these opportunities and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to finish on a personal note, because this short address would not be complete if I did not express my sincerest thanks to Steve Karangizi, who has nurtured and led the facility from its inception and will be sadly missed as he steps down this year. The success of the ALSF has been a collective endeavor, but if there is one person who deserves more credit and thanks than any other, then it is, of course, Steve. I'm sure that the deliberations by all participants in this meeting will contribute immensely to the future direction of the facility. I wish you all a very productive discussion. Thank you very much.
Teenage years, you heard there from Mr. Chalmers. So I suppose the ALSF will be on watch, as most teenagers are supposed to be. And thank you very much for your remarks, Mr. Chalmers, who, as you heard, is the chairman of the Governing Council of the ALSF. You heard from the director, Mr. Karangizi, thanking the African Development Bank, and he talked about it being the biggest benefactor. And so now we've got a message from the president of the African Development Bank, His Excellency, Dr. Adesina Adeomi.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted that you all have joined us as we celebrate the work of the African Legal Support Facility and dialogue on its future work in support of Africa. Africa is blessed with enormous natural resources, including 30% of the world's mineral resources, including diamonds, gold, copper, oil, gas, rich biodiversity, and renewable energy sources. The future of the world's transition, for example, to electric cars and the use of batteries for storing solar energy depends on Africa, with its rich source of lithium ion, nickel, cobalt, the metals that will drive the fourth industrial revolution. As the International Energy Agency noted, this future involves, they said, a shift from a fuel-intensive energy to a material-intensive energy system. Africa must therefore manage its natural resources and extractive industries much better, optimize and industrialize, to launch itself into a leader, not in the export of metals, but in value-added industries that will power green energy for the world. Unfortunately, African countries export natural resources with very little value addition and give away mines, oil and gas fields, or fishing rights with weak capacity for negotiations. The natural resource rush for Africa has become an extraction rush, the bleeding of Africa's natural resources. Weak regulations and limited capacity for review and negotiations have shortchanged many African countries, especially low-income countries, including transition and fragile states. Royalties and taxes that are needed to boost domestic resource mobilization of countries are frittered off as incentives to multinational companies, depriving countries of resources for their own development. In addition, several African countries negotiate resource-backed loans that are not transparent while driving up their debt burdens. This is why I am excited about the work of the African Legal Support Facility. Since its establishment in 2008, the African Legal Support Facility has been making invaluable contributions to countries. It has deployed top-notch expert legal advice and technical assistance in structuring and negotiating complex commercial transactions, including support for creditor litigation and other related sovereign transactions. Over the years, the facility has facilitated the conclusion of commercial investment deals in infrastructure, power, and natural resource sectors worth over $75 billion US. Let me cite a few examples. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the facility assisted the government in defending itself against a vulture fund that wanted to claim over $160 million from the government. When the government of Guinea-Bissau faced heavy indebtedness, the African Legal Support Facility supported the government in negotiating private debt forgiveness, which reduced the country's debt obligations to its creditors from $50 million US to just $5 million US. The government of Senegal turned to the facility for negotiations of a power purchase agreement and related agreements in order to develop the Taiba Ndiaye wind farm that will produce over 158 megawatts, one of the largest wind power projects in sub-Saharan Africa. The facility also supported the government of Cameroon in negotiation of project arrangements to develop the Nachigal hydroelectric project that will generate 420 megawatts of electricity. The African Legal Support Facility is deeply appreciated and valued by African countries. Now, I recall receiving a message from a head of government recently asking for the support of the facility in renegotiating poorly structured contractual agreements between his country and some private investors. His nation had a challenge, but he knew where to turn: to the African Legal Support Facility. Over the past 3 years, the African Legal Support Facility interventions have saved African countries an estimated $4 billion US. The facility is also building capacity for African countries. Since 2018, the African Legal Support Facility has trained more than 10,000 African legal professionals and government officials on the negotiation of complex commercial transactions and commercial creditor litigations. In June 2018, the African Legal Support Facility won an award at the African Energy Forum for creating innovative solutions that made an important impact on energy development on the continent. In September 2018, at the African Legal Awards ceremony, the African Legal Support Facility was named the Best Legal Department of the Year in the large teams category for its capacity building and advisory services that have impacted over 40 African countries. This is why I applaud the decision of the board of the African Legal Support Facility to extend the term of the facility for another 14 years. Wise decision. The African Development Bank will continue to strongly support the African Legal Support Facility. During the current African Development Fund's 15th replenishment, the fund provided $22 million to to the African Legal Support Facility through our Transition Support Facility. We also mobilized 5 million euros from the European Union to support part of the cost for the development of African Legal Support Facilities medium-term strategy for 2018 to 2019. Now I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the outgoing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the African Legal Support Facility, Mr. Stephen Karangizi, for his outstanding leadership and vision in bringing the organization to what it is today. Well done. I truly believe that the best is yet to come. Let us join hands as we write the next chapter of the African Legal Support Facility's success story. It will be Africa's success story too. I wish you a successful event, and I look forward to the outcome of your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa and Chairperson of the African Union High-Level Panel on Illicit Financial Flows. Your Excellency, Mr. Mbeki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Director and Chief Executive Officer of the African Legal Support Facility, the ALSF, Mr. Stephen Karangizi, the distinguished members of the Governing Council and the Chairperson, Christopher Chalmers, distinguished members of the ALSF Management Board and the Chairperson, Ms. Eva Jala, Your Excellency, President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, Honorable Ministers of State and representatives of the ALSF, regional member countries, ladies and gentlemen, I'm certain that all of us are of one mind that one of the urgent and central tasks on our continent, Africa, is the radical reduction and ultimate defeat of poverty and underdevelopment. The painfully tragic consequences of our failures in this regard are plainly visible throughout Africa. It is also a very troubling and established fact that these socioeconomic conditions tend to reproduce themselves. It is for this reason, for instance, that in many cases, poverty assumes an intergenerational quality. We're now 9 years away from the 2030 target date set for the achievement of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. As we all know, these are justifiably very ambitious and hold out an exciting promise in terms of the betterment of the human condition. And happily, a critically important principle informs the pursuit of the SDGs, the principle that no one should be left behind. The Bertelsmann Stiftung has facilitated the publication of the 2020 Africa SDG Index and Dashboards report, which according to its authors, provides an assessment of where African countries stand with respect to the SDGs and their progress towards the goals, with the additional lens of leave no one behind. Among others, the report says that serious challenges exist and the majority of countries are currently performing very poorly. As in last year's report, no country scored green for 13 of the 17 goals. The leave no one behind results show that all African countries are currently struggling to tackle all kinds of inequalities. And the report goes on to say, across all countries and goals, the most frequently observed trends are stagnation and moderate improvement, which improvement is a positive development as compared to the 2019 analysis, which was overwhelmingly stagnant. And the only goal for which the majority of African countries are on track is SDG 13 on climate action. Everything I've said, from the challenge to eradicate poverty and underdevelopment to meeting the SDGs, points to the continuing critical challenge to generate on a sustained basis the required resources to invest in the African economy and society. In this context, I'm indeed honored and delighted to speak in this event to mark the extension of the term of the African Legal Support Facility, the ALSF, for a further 14 years. The facility has already established its place as what might be called a frontline fighter to secure for Africa the resources we have mentioned. As has been said already, it has done this by its immense contribution to saving many African countries from predation by the vulture funds, as well as by providing legal and technical capacity to African countries to negotiate complex deals to ensure equitable and balanced transactions that minimize the incidence of debt distress in the first place. Some of us continue to engage the matter of combating the illicit financial flows out of Africa to implement the 2015 decision of the African heads of states and government. And the importance of this matter was emphasized earlier this year when UNCTAD said that annually, Africa loses $88.6 billion through illicit financial outflows. As part of the work to combat these outflows, we helped to constitute the consortium to stem IFFs from Africa, composed of 17 African organizations. We're indeed very, very happy that the ALSF is a member of this important body. We mention this because the ALSF must tackle the fight against the illicit financial flows as one of its major tasks, incorporating this among its standard advisory tasks. I'm happy that our colleague, Stephen Karangizi, mentioned this. We believe that specifically the facility must assist the African countries to negotiate fair and balanced contracts, among others, to eliminate opportunities for illicit receipt, use, or transfer of funds, such as contract secrecy, non-transparency, and tax incentives. That the facility must assist in the matter of asset recovery and repatriation to help give effect to the AU Assembly 2020 decision on the common African position on asset recovery. And the facility must include training on combating IFFs in its capacity building programs, which must also take on board the perverse uses of digital technologies to facilitate faster and more opaque transactions. Fundamental to the existence of the ALSF is the sad but important reality that many of our African countries do not have the legal expertise which has become so critical in the ordering and management of human and social relations during this continuing process of globalization. It is therefore of great strategic importance to our continent that the decision has been taken to extend the term of the facility for another 14 years. And we wish the facility success in its invaluable work. I'm also happy to take this opportunity to congratulate our colleague, Stephen Karangizi, on his successful tenure at the helm of the facility over the past 10 years, which I understand that tenure, and I understand ends next month. On behalf of our high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa of the AU, I wish to thank Stephen and the ALSF for their contributions, especially to the consortium to stem IFFs from Africa. And we look forward to continued collaboration with the facility. And best wishes for the conference as it continues. And thank you very much for your attention.
What an honor it is to have His Excellency address us. Thank you very much, Mr. Mbeki. It is indeed very good to have you with us at this ALSF important meeting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that completes our first part of proceedings, and that is the speeches and the formal discussions. We now turn to the discussion, to greater in-depth discussions in the course of our roundtables. Welcome back. Our first roundtable focuses on the needs of the regional member countries. And for that, I will now place you in the capable hands of Nancy Kachungira of the BBC. Over to you, Nancy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege to be moderating this conversation that will start off our day. Thank you very much, Joel, for that introduction. Now, this is a conversation that will really set the tone and capture the spirit of today's event as we celebrate achievements that have already been made and look to the future, not just with enthusiasm, but crucially, the dedication to make the years that are coming ahead even better. Well, the theme for this event is centered around a new phase for the African Legal Support Facility in building smart legal capacity to achieve that thing that we obviously all want, Africa's development. Now, in keeping with that theme, this panel will explore the possibilities of the future, but we will set a foundation for that by first looking at both the triumphs and the lessons of the past decade. And to do that, I'm joined today by an eminent, if intimate panel. We're very fortunate to have with us today Honorable Dr. Abdirahman Beyler, Minister of Finance from the Federal Republic of Somalia. Thank you very much for making time to join us today, Honorable. Also with us is Dr. Khalid Sharif, Vice President, Regional Development, Integration and Business Delivery at the African Development Bank. Very good to have you with us. Also, we have Mr. Olivier Poinon, who is the incoming Director and CEO of the ALSF. So that's the man who will be taking the teenager off Mr. Karingizi's hands. Welcome, gentlemen. Wonderful to have you with us. Now, to get started, I think it would be quite useful to understand just how the African Legal Support Facility has been partnering with various countries and what the outcomes have been. It was interesting as we had that introduction to hear how variously the ALSF was referred to. At one point, it was referred to as a guardian angel, and His Excellency Thabo Mbeki called it a frontline fighter. So let's find out more about what this frontline fighter actually does. Honorable Beyler, if we can come to you. I'm thinking about the big news we heard last year. Somalia successfully negotiated with Paris Club creditors to cancel $1.4 billion of debt. That is an example of a fantastic outcome. At the time this decision was made, you called it a big step forward for your country, which was grappling then with the coronavirus outbreak and a recent desert locust swarm. Could you just tell us how important it was for you to have the support of the ALSF for something like that? And perhaps also a little bit more about the challenges you face and how you are involved with the ALSF in solving those challenges.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And I want to express my sincere appreciation of being here in this very important discussion, extension or the second phase of ALSF. I am very familiar with the beginning of this institution, and really it has come a very long way from a very small institution to more than doubling its size and also its capacity. Now, if I can go back to Somalia, Somalia is a breed of its own. As you all know, Somalia had a very serious civil war for many years. That is 30 years, from 1991 to date. Things are still not as expected. And a country, recognized a country that had no recognized government for 20 years. You can imagine a country that's recognized in this continent or anywhere, which has no government to deal with. So it was a total chaos when in 2012, a recognized government came into place. We started to negotiate to deal with the world internationally in a more systematic, more normal way, like any other country. And we absolutely had no capacity anywhere. We had no financial experts. We had no experts at all. Anybody that was anyone who knows anybody left the country, migrated to somewhere else. So when we came here, this government last 4 years ago, we were not in the IMF program. We were just about to start the IMF program in a very shaky ground with no capacity. And we signed the SMP, the IMF Staff Monitoring Program 1, 2, 3, 4. And every year we succeeded to complete a program, every year program. We were lucky enough to have been granted the decision point last year, 4 years to the date. And I must say that if it was not because of the support that we got from the ALSF, we would not have been where we are today. I must say that. And I must congratulate Stephen Karengizi for what he has done for us and for everybody else and for that institution. We had to negotiate loans. We had to identify data. We had to authenticate the data. We had nothing. This country was totally destroyed, and therefore there was no data on our own. And we needed some experts, legal experts, financial experts, to be able to say that, yes, this is a loan. It has been a loan. And we can find the contract somewhere, agreement somewhere. In a country that's totally destroyed, you have no data. You have to have somebody to help you put these things together and say that this is it. Now we had to negotiate with three major sources of the credit. That is the Paris Club of 10 major countries, mostly Europeans and the US. And we owed them about $3 billion. And then we had the non-Paris Club, mostly the Arab countries, and their institutions, bilateral and multilateral institutions, and their individual institutions. And then we had the IFIs, mostly the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and the IMF. We had to identify this data and reconcile with these institutions and these countries. First, we needed to negotiate with sets of institutions, IFIs, and then go down and negotiate with each of the institutions. Do the same thing with the Paris Club, which we signed March 31st of last year, and then go and negotiate with each country. Now they have a blanket program, but they have also their own individual countries. So without talking too much, really, we are very grateful. They are still helping us. And really, we do appreciate this institution. And we will be happy to continue working with the new executive. And we wish luck for my friend and my colleague, Stephen Karengizi. Thank you.
Well, that is a resounding endorsement. And thank you for sharing, just painting such a vivid picture of the situation that Somalia was in. It would have taken such a long time to build that legal capacity that you needed to solve those problems internally. So it's interesting to see how this has worked in your case. And of course, we'll come back to talk about the outcomes and the future. But at this point, I'd like to bring you in, Dr. Sharif, because you're a big supporter of the ALSF. In your capacity at the AFDB, you supervise the Transition States Fund, through which the African Development Fund has allocated more than $40 million to the ALSF for operations or projects in transition states. And that actually accounts for the largest support to the ALSF. So could you just explain to us why the work of the ALSF in transition states is so important? Of course, perhaps also explaining what you mean by transition states and fragile states. Dr. Sharif.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. So let me begin just with the first part. So there are 20 transition states that we also refer to as fragile states in Africa. And together, Africa's transition states account for more than about 340 million people on the continent and about $208 billion in annual GDP. Now, that's a very, very small number. It's so for 28% of Africa's population, that's only about 8% of GDP. Also more challenging for these 20 transition states is annual per capita income averages about $555 across transition states. And that basically means that people are living off between $1 to $1.50 a day. Obviously, this is the major development challenge that these countries face. If you don't have wealth, you don't have disposable income. If you don't have disposable income, you don't have consumption. And in turn, there's no signal to the private sector to invest, the domestic private sector. And so what you see consistently in these 20 transition states is investments coming to these countries from firms that specialize in extractives. And negotiating with these firms is a big challenge for the 20 countries to which I refer. So yes, of course, the African Development Bank does provide financial support that you mentioned to the ALSF. And our objective is to assist our eligible regional member countries with these resources to strengthen their legal expertise and their negotiation capacity in key areas. The areas, of course, that the ALSF specializes in is debt management and litigation, which is key for assisting countries like Somalia, as His Excellency the Minister just said. Also assisting in negotiations with legal expertise in areas of natural resource and extractive industries with management and contracting. And I just wanted to emphasize this particular point. So if you are a Minister of Finance in one of these 20 transition states, you depend on maybe 2 or 3 exports for the majority of your foreign exchange holdings. So if a firm that specializes in extractives comes to you and wants to negotiate a deal, for example, to have exclusive rights in mining in a particular sector, usually the entity, the government, is so desperate to get the additional foreign exchange that it needs, the governments consistently may not sign the best deals for their nations, or not the best deals that would support the development of these countries' foreign exchange earnings in a way that they're maximizing their returns from, say, mining. And so those deals would have to be renegotiated. So debt management is a particular issue that countries, these 20 transition states, face. If they're going to the Paris Club, they need particular expertise to negotiate with their creditors, whether they're either the Paris Club or the London Club, sovereign or non-sovereign lenders. So ALSF provides that expertise. ALSF provides the expertise to renegotiate basically bad contracts in the area of natural resources and extractives. Also to support investment agreements. So investment agreements are signed by these 20 transition countries that are in fact agreements that are in the best interests of our regional member countries, and to make sure that any of the related commercial and business transactions of these 20 transition states, they can turn to the LSF to get the legal support that they need to be able to make sure that everything they're doing won't lead to a vulture fund to come back and challenge them to resources that they may not have. So the LSF plays an incredibly important role in our 20 states, and this is just an overview of their contributions more generally.
Yes, what you describe is really important there, negotiating fair and balanced contracts. Unfortunately, it's a scenario that we see play out in a David and Goliath scenario, mostly with Goliath winning sometimes in these countries, and it has very real consequences on people's lives. So important that you bring that up. And let's bring you in, Olivier, as the incoming director and CEO of the ALSF, and taking this mantle now from Mr. Karingizi. With a changing world, changing global dynamics, how do you think the ALSF can remain responsive to the needs of various African countries in the next phase of the facility? Obviously, bearing in mind that there is a very real asymmetry between and even within countries.
Thank you, Nancy. Thanks for having me. Greetings to my honorable colleagues in this panel, Honorable Dr. Abdiramin Bele, Dr. Khaled Sherif. I'm honored to sit in this panel and have these very important discussions with you. I would also like to take this opportunity, Nancy, so if you allow me to thank again the management board for trusting me with the leadership of the ALSF for the 5 years to come. To your question, I think for the ALSF to remain responsive, the ALSF will essentially need to stick to the priorities of the regional member countries. I'm just referring to what Honorable Dr. Abdirahman Bele mentioned regarding debt in some debt-related issues in Somalia and across the continent, actually. So there are many issues that regional member countries will have to tackle in the next few years, starting, of course, with steps to recover from the setbacks of COVID-19, debt-related issue we just mentioned, climate change-related issue, good governance. The Honorable Thabo Mbeki mentioned earlier the illicit financial flows related issue, and all that in a short-term, medium-term, and long-term perspective. And there could be other topics, emerging in the near future. And the ALSF will, of course, be paying very close attention to the priorities of the member countries. So we will continue to empower the legal community, and that is the in-house lawyer, the in-house lawyers, the law firms, the government councils, and equip them, make sure we equip them with adequate skills to address the issues that will arise. And that's what is meant by smart legal capacity. So in a nutshell, how will the ALSF be prepared to do that? Number one, I must say that we have a very good platform to build on. And I'll take this opportunity to thank Stephen Karangizi immensely for his contribution. He took this organization from a handful of staff members, handful of projects, to a organization that have close to 40 staff members, and it's currently running well over 100 projects in various sectors of relevance for the continent. So my hearty congratulations to Stephen and for his highly commendable achievements over the past 10 years. Second is the expertise in the team. There's outstanding expertise, and I must say that we have some of the best specialists in terms of understanding the legalities when it comes to power sector, extractive resources sector, infrastructure, debt institutions. So there's outstanding knowledge to be disseminated and deployed across the continent in all areas of relevance for the member countries. Third, I would mention partnerships. The ALSF has developed a number of partnerships with the best international law firms, African law firms, and also various institutions who are interested and driving forces in the areas of concern for the member countries. And last but not least, the ALSF will want to tap in the opportunities offered by the fourth industrial revolution, essentially by implementing legal technology and automation as a way to foster basically quicker and better informed commercial decisions by the regional member countries. So I think the future ahead of the facility is bright, based on the capacity in the team, based on the platform that Stephen Karangizi and the team have built over the years. And I really look forward to working with the member countries and all the partners to further the success of the facility.
Mm-hmm. A firm foundation for sure. I want to bring you in, Dr. Bele, because you have seen the facility from the start. I wonder if you have any, let's call them tips, for Mr. Ponon as he comes in now, just in terms of from the member countries, how do you think the ALSF can remain responsive to the needs of countries like yours in the next phase of the facility?
Yes, thank you very much. I really think that the African Legal Support Facility has already carved out its own niche in Africa, and that is the area of legal support. And the countries that are transitional countries like Somalia, the 20 that Dr. Sharif has mentioned, these will require and they will need legal support on everything they do. But I would really suggest that instead of spreading yourself too thin, and Africa is very big and countries need a lot of legal assistance everywhere. If they can focus on that area of first the debt and debt management and negotiations and all that, and then maybe contract negotiations. Dr. Sharif mentioned and reminded me that the African Legal Facility is also working with us on various other major contracts, major agreements, particularly now that everybody is interested to bring investment to Somalia. And Somalis normally are being a very entrepreneurial communities and bringing big companies here to exploit or to share the natural resources that this country has. They were very useful. So if they can focus on these countries that are fragile, the debt is extremely important, and that will be number one for them. Continue negotiating until you reach the completion point, which we are now moving towards the completion point next year or the year after. And then,
so just to clarify before you continue, Dr. Bailey, are you suggesting that it would be better to focus on some key pertinent issues? And is this primarily for transition states, or do you see this as an Africa-wide thing, that there is a small basket of issues that would be most effective for the ALSF to focus on?
I would really say that the services of the facility is most needed by the transition, by those who don't have capacity to negotiate, either newcomers to the country or the area of debt. I've been working on debt for a while now, for 4 years or 5 years, and so this is the area that I thought they made significant contribution. Now that's one side. The other side, of course, is for most of the countries. I know Somalia and few others. The entire area of building legal structures in the country. You know, how do you negotiate? How do you maximize your benefit from foreign companies coming in? What are the sort of things that you look into? These are the areas that I thought very helpful. For example, now we are exploring petrol, and the African Legal Facility is helping. We are opening our shores. We have the longest shore in the continent. A lot of marine resources, and countries are interested. From left and right, they are coming every day. How do I negotiate with them? What should I tell them? We don't have the expertise, both the technical expertise, people who are experts on marine resources, but also the legal aspects of it. So from where I think these are two areas. I mean, you may lose if you want to do everything, and these are the two areas that I thought they should continue focusing, and we will closely work with Olivier. Very much welcome, and we congratulate you for the position.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for those insights. Dr. Sharif, if you could just respond to that, and as you do, bearing in mind, of course, that there is so much variance within the continent and different countries may have different challenges. If I can just think back to what His Excellency Thabo Mbeki was saying just earlier about the illicit financial flows, Africa does lose about $88.6 billion. Now, to put that into perspective, African governments' combined budget deficits in 2018 were $112 billion. That's a lot of money lost, a lot of money leaving the continent through gaps, loopholes, and shortcomings in rules and their implementation. So is there need, as well as the country problems, is there still need for tackling some of those issues that are intractable at a continental level as well, Dr. Sharif?
Well, absolutely there is. So I think if we begin just with the premise that for our 20 transition states, the 20 transition states that we refer to as fragile states, export no more than three primary goods that usually account to up to about 70% of their foreign exchange earnings. So what we saw with the pandemic, what we saw with COVID-19, is that when commodity markets collapsed, the foreign exchange earnings from the goods that these 20 transition states export for about 70% of their total foreign exchange earnings, their foreign exchange earnings effectively dried up. So what we had to do as the African Development Bank was provide support through different vehicles to give countries the fiscal space so they wouldn't default on their external debt. We provided various facilities that were effectively budget support facilities to make sure that that didn't happen. But really, as go commodity markets, the debt situation of these 20 fragile states is also affected in a dire way. Commodity prices fall, then the debt situation enhances itself in a negative way. If commodity prices rise and foreign exchange is available in abundance, which has not been happening over the last 2 years, then these countries are in a better position. But the ALSF allows for better management of debt, in particular, for countries when they face debt distress that comes as a result of exogenous shocks to the continent when commodity prices begin to fall to the detriment of these nations. So these nations, as we saw in the COVID crisis, did nothing wrong. Commodity prices were not in their favor, and they're having very serious difficulty meeting their debt obligations. And the ALSF had to step up to help in negotiations, to help these countries manage this what was a looming debt crisis. We saw that not just in Somalia, we saw that in Gambia, we saw that in many other countries. So better debt management is key when these transition states are obviously subject to exogenous shocks. But also better management of natural resources will contribute to building long-term resilience in these fragile states. And it's in this regard that the mandate and approach of the ALSF makes them an important partner in the implementation of any vision to reduce fragility and strengthen resilience in transition states. So transition states will always be affected by exogenous shocks. Natural resource prices will rise and fall. And until we develop value chains, we will need the African Legal Support Facility to help countries maintain a viable debt position and get the best in terms of foreign exchange earnings for the natural resources they have.
So you've just talked about value chains, and you've said until those are set up in a way that they are favorable to African countries, these problems will continue. Is there a role for a facility like the ALSF to play in terms of setting up those more favorable value chains?
Well, definitely there is a role. And I think the very important thing that we need to keep in mind about the ALSF is that it is an institution that has really played a very important role in helping so many countries address the crises that they faced. But to your question specifically, one of the critical challenges of transition states is the lack of key capacities to ensure effective economic governance. And so obviously value chains, the fact that the value chains don't already exist, that we export the cocoa beans, but we don't make the chocolate. We export the coffee beans, but we don't make the coffee. We export the diamonds, but we don't mount those diamonds, polish them, and put them on a ring. Those three examples alone basically mean that in just for those three commodities, African countries lose about between 2,000 to 3,000% in value addition, wealth that's going to other countries. And so this is an issue of lack of effective economic governance, lack of ability to talk to bigger corporates and to make the case that more of the processing part of production needs to move to these countries, because until that happens, we are in a poverty trap, because the demand for labor is a derived from the demand for goods and services. So if people continue to live off between less than $2 a day, on average about $1 a day, then on less than $1 a day, there is no disposable income, there is no consumption. If there's no consumption, there is no demand for goods and services that's notable. Then in turn, there is no domestic investment by the domestic private sector, and in turn, there's no demand for labor. It is then the unemployment and this poverty trap that remains persistent in these transition states. So until we can find a way of developing these value chains, bringing this wealth to the continent, this poverty trap will remain. And ALSF can play a significant role in extending assistance in contract negotiations, especially with investors coming into a country for extractives, to ensure that the secondary and third stage processing of value addition becomes part of any legal agreement that is signed to allow anyone exclusive rights to extractives. So it isn't just ALSF's important role in debt management. It is these complex commercial contracts in the area of natural resources that is going to be key to helping us address the poverty trap more generally.
Absolutely. And I have to say, as a journalist, I'm often reporting so many stories about the impact of just the lack of negotiating power or expertise in African countries getting into deals that really aren't good for them. So when I found out about the ALSF, I thought, well, this is fantastic. More people should know about it, because this is exactly what is necessary in terms of making sure Africa's development agenda is fought for in a very competitive global space. So, Olivier, if I can come to you, having heard, from Honorable Bale about where he thinks the ALSF can be most effective, and also hearing about this wider global picture of what Africa's needs are, what are some of the sectors that you feel the facility could and should focus on in the next few years?
I mentioned a few earlier, and Honorable Dr. Bale did emphasize on debt management. This is going to be for sure an area of focus, is already an area of focus for the ALSF, with active projects underway and toolkits which the ALSF team has put together to help teams in the member countries manage those issues, handle and understand those issues effectively. So clearly, debt management, even more so in the wake of the COVID crisis, is going to be a serious issue that will require expertise, that will require engagement between the ALSF and the member countries, and that will require us as the ALSF to also enhance our internal capacity and the capacity of our partners. So clearly, this is going to be an area of focus in the next few years. Illicit financial flows, of course, because at the end of the day, what we're talking about is the people's wealth and diversion of resources from African countries, and as people involved and having the interest of the continent at heart, that's not an issue we can deal with lightly. So good governance in contracts and negotiation, execution and implementation, and management of illicit financial flows, for instance, will also be a key area of focus. And then there are the traditional sectors of intervention of the ALSF, litigation against vulture funds, complex litigations in general, and of course, development of infrastructure, because obviously that's the bread and butter of development of the continent. So yes, a few areas of focus, but also we won't forget that the achievements of the facility were built on a couple of very important pillars for the African countries.
Absolutely. Just for everyone who has joined us, we are very glad that you're here. And at this point in the discussion, you may have a few thoughts, you may have a few reactions to what's already been said. If you do, please do go ahead and put your comment or question in the Q&A box. And I'm sure my panelists will be more than happy to respond to your comments or questions on the discussion so far. And of course, this is an interactive session, so we'd love to hear as much of your contribution and expertise as possible. Now, wherever a service is provided, it costs something. So now we must talk about that knotty issue of money. Well, cumulatively to date, the ALSF has approved more than $100 million to support the provision of legal advice and technical assistance. The first high-level meeting of the ALSF happened in February 2020, and at that time, the regional member countries pledged to consider ways of actually contributing themselves to the financial resources of the ALSF in order to continue supporting, to help them continue supporting their RMCs. So, Honorable Bele, if I can come to you and ask, do you have any thoughts about some of the ways that this can be done sustainably? Because as we've discussed, transition states are often really starting from scratch and dealing with multiple issues. But are there ways in which they can contribute to this cause? I think, sorry, Honorable, you're actually muted. So that's it. We've got you now. That's all right. It had to happen on the money question.
Yes. I was just saying that Somalia is, if you look at the ratings and you look at the transparency index and governance index and all that in Africa, Somalia is one of the lowest, and in many cases, the lowest. And we have been asking ourselves, what is it that we should do to move out of this bottom and move up? And we wanted to discuss and see what good governance means. What is it that good governance means? And our conclusion is that good governance is simply following the rules. You follow the rules. And we are not short of rules. Even Somalia, as fragile as it is, the rules, the laws are there. The guidelines are there, approved by appropriate authorities. But if you don't follow them, then that's where you have a problem. And for you to be able to follow, you have to have the understanding of what the rules are, what the laws are. You have to be able to negotiate. Now, we have many litigations, something that we have signed. And somebody went somewhere and signed something, and somebody else went somewhere and signed. And so really, we need to put a lot of emphasis on legal issues in these countries, in our countries, legal issues. Who should sign something? And not only that, you have to have the legal expertise to do that. There is nothing I do today that I don't ask a legal expert, in fact, recruited by the African Development Bank here in my office. Everything that we sign, I send it to her. And so she looks at it. She looks at, you all know what I'm talking about. Therefore, the issue of this capacity in not only financial expertise, economists, engineers, and all that, but the legal aspect in development is extremely important. And we are trying to do that with the help of the African Development Bank. In fact, it's the bank that established our debt unit, debt management unit. Debt management unit is started by some of the ALSF, but at the same time, originally invested in by the bank and continue to support. And so therefore, I would really say that area, we have to recognize the importance of legal understanding of what needs to be done. The African Development Bank now established an institute here that is called the Financial Governance Institute. We are just about to begin the operationalization of that, and we are working with the African Development Bank single-handedly. And so really we have a lot to be thankful for, but we recognize legal expertise to be a major part of underdevelopment, or whatever you call it, transition and the problems that we have. Thank you.
So, well, clearly there is a recognition of the value that the ALSF is providing, and it is a necessary service. So I suppose the question is, does that extend to being able to contribute for that value? Because the ALSF, in order to continue going and to continue doing what it does, is going to need support from member countries. So as Somalia, for instance, do you see a situation where you will be able to put money towards supporting the work that the ALSF is doing?
Absolutely, absolutely. I really want to say that we have not been contributing to anybody, because we are at the receiving end always. But we have started contributing and paying our own bills to these institutions, including the African Development Bank. And we will be happy if we, given the financial situation we're in, we cannot underestimate the importance of this institution. And we shall be working with whatever we can do to make sure that this institution, the ALSF, continues to be a viable institution for the support of our country.
Yes, it is a partnership after all, and not a one-sided relationship. Olivier, following up on that question of financial contributions, what thoughts do you have about how regional member countries and the ALSF can work together effectively to make this sustainable and grow further beyond what it is now?
Well, first of all, Nancy, I'll make reference to the founding documents of the facility. The founding documents of the facility themselves include a contribution of the member countries as key financial resources, and there's been several pledges in that regard. The latest being, as was mentioned earlier, in the high-level meeting of February 2020 in Abidjan. So, and that in that meeting, the willingness of the regional member countries to contribute financially to the facility's activities was renewed and confirmed clearly by all the members. So we don't have any, and we are sure of the full commitment of the regional member countries in that regard. And so now, on the back of the extension of the facilities mandate for 14 years, we will continue to actively engage the regional member countries, including, of course, Somalia, as Honorable Dr. Bailey just mentioned, to find meaningful ways to secure their support, not only financially, but multidimensional support. And there are several channels that can be explored in that regard. And the team has already started implementing projects based on cost-sharing arrangements or based on reimbursable grants, essentially on commercially viable projects. So I'm sure even more concrete support will be demonstrated by the member countries, because that will also be a reflection of their ownership in the facility, their commitment on our side, and also recognition of the efforts done and the benefits yielded by the ALSF's support in the various projects undertaken.
Fantastic. I want to thank everyone who's sent in a comment or a question, some really great ones here, and do keep them coming. So we'll start off with one of the first ones that's come in for the panelists. I like this question because it is distilling what can often be a complex topic into its most simple and basic example. So this question is asking, why doesn't Africa develop local capacity to process? A diamond processing plant, for instance. And Dr. Sharif, we talked about this value addition with you. Perhaps you can address that. Obviously, there's a lot of factors at play, but it does, in the end, come down to a simple question like that, doesn't it?
Absolutely, but I think while that is an important question, I think it's also very important to remember, who controls the technologies around secondary and third stage, fourth stage value addition. So our farmers do plant the cocoa beans, they harvest them, the coffee beans, they mine the diamonds, but please don't underestimate the control over, say, the diamond market by the huge firms that are in this line of business. They control marketing, they control supply, they control entry and exit, and every one of the commodities that we are struggling to get on the African continent additional value from those products to go into secondary value addition and beyond is usually an issue of technology that countries don't have, that isn't licensed to us, or the inability for the said countries to be able to market those products, to compete on the market at prices for which they can always be undercut. But more importantly than just their ability to enter markets, there's always going to be the issue of economies of scale. So if, for example, I was an entrepreneur and I wanted to start my own venture using the local cocoa beans that we produce in West Africa. First, most of the cocoa beans that we're talking about in West Africa, or the coffee beans, are basically sold 3 to 4 years in advance. So most firms that are buying these raw materials are basically leveraging prices in a way where they are effectively buying supply for 2022, for 2023, for 2024. So domestically, I may not even be able to get what I need for a startup from farmers because it's already been promised to others years in advance, and payment has actually in many cases been received. These are futures. And so there are futures on oil, there are futures on cocoa beans, there are futures on coffee beans, and there are also the economies of scale. If we are, as a startup, trying to compete with a huge conglomerate that is producing at such high volumes that their per unit prices are so low, it makes it next to impossible to a local startup to compete unless they're producing a commodity that is so unique. And in many cases, for certain commodities, that is not. That is simply not the case. Mm-hmm. So I think is it easy to compete against De Beers? I wouldn't think so. But what would be easier would be using the ALSF. So when De Beers does come as an example to negotiate a mining deal, there's an understanding of what happens in this contract for extractives, for how much of the processing to which the question refers, the polishing of stones, putting them, mounting them, how much of that needs to be done locally for the contract to be signed. And that's why ALSF is.
Well, that's one of the best and most comprehensive answers I've heard to that question. Thank you for that. Honorable Dr. Baylor, I'm just interested in hearing your perspective on this, because you mentioned earlier that you do have companies coming into Somalia and saying, we want to do this and we want to do that. What's your experience of dealing with these global value chains where you have to figure out what part of this value chain am I in and how can I make the most of it?
I really think that the fact that Africa has a lot of raw material benefits a lot of other countries. And therefore, the interest in general is that Africa is kept as the source of raw material. And that is the benefit that these companies and the countries that they belong to, that's the benefit they get. So they will obviously continue to do that. For us, I really think that the issue of good governance and stability in the government is key for investment to come. Now, if we need skills to develop, to industrialize, it is not impossible for us over the year or over the long time to develop the skills. But we have to allow the countries have to be able to entice or bring people who are skilled from outside. We have to put the rules in place. We have to facilitate. We have to put the investment environment in place. And investors should see that the risk is not too high. Where there is too high risk, people will not come. They will not come with their money. I therefore think that we have to think very seriously to industrialize, to be able to process our own goods and services. I think we are one of those countries that export a lot of livestock, and the livestock we export from here are livestock on the hoofs. We just bring them and put them in ships and transport them elsewhere. That is unsustainable, and it is very clear. Companies are willing to come here, but they should not worry about instability. They should not worry about revolutions. They should not worry about civil wars, striking. Investment is very sensitive, as everybody knows, to instability and lack of rule of law. The rule of law is extremely important. So unless we address that, unless we sit and address that, we have to be able to produce our own technical things, our own vehicles if we need vehicles, our own electricity we have to, and all that. I really think that my humble view is that it all has to do with a stable government that can be trusted. Have thousands, hundreds of thousands of Somalis elsewhere having businesses. They are willing to relocate, but we have to welcome them. They have to see a welcoming nation, welcoming rules and regulations, a stability in the government. When they see that, they will come. Skills are mobile, and people who have migrated that can come back. There are countries I don't want to mention that benefited from that. If your original country is good, chances are always you will come back. But good governance, and a stable nation, stable country. I really think that that's what we need. But we are far away from that.
Hopefully not too far away, but that's a very good point that you make about the stability that's necessary to attract the skills, and actually segues quite well into our next question here, which is about skills. And this is a question for the incoming CEO of the ALSF. It says, how do you intend to promote the training of lawyers at the level of each member state, and particularly in Côte d'Ivoire, where the headquarters of the ALSF is located? And that's a great question, because building internal capacity, well, that seems like it would be more sustainable, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and Nancy, just allow me to briefly build up on what Dr. Sherif articulated earlier. So the facilities work is, of course, to stand by the side of the member countries and assist them with complex legal situations, to put it broadly. But it's also to bring the legal community across the continent to see the details, to break that so-called fatality of asymmetry in legal knowledge, and to be also commercially minded, while still making sure that the interests of the countries are safeguarded. So it's that commercial mindedness somehow that Dr. Sherif was referring to when he was talking about the extractive sector, that the facility would be looking towards, to working towards. And so it takes capacity building, it takes transfer of knowledge, and that's a journey that the facility is well engaged into. Now, so if I get the question right, the question was about how do we build legal capacity internally in
member states, yes. So training lawyers within the states, and the example was given of Côte d'Ivoire.
Yes. So again, the current team has put together a series of tools, which in the current in the current state of affairs, which is largely remote working, are very relevant. There's the ALSF Academy, which has outstanding, world-class, legal content in terms of, again, the sectors of the issues of relevance, which are debt, power, infrastructure. So this material is available for all the legal community across the continent to uptake. There will be some efforts to be made in terms of deploying, disseminating, and creating the awareness and visibility of that outstanding material. But basically, what I can say and what I've witnessed so far in my discussions with both Steve and the team is that there's a clear willingness to create a huge awareness of the content that is the legal content that is available, and training will happen in various forms. So through the academy, through webinars, and hopefully when travel resumes, the LSF will continue one of the things it does best, which is to travel across the continent to share the knowledge on these very critical issues. So
just to interject so that I can bring in another question, but first of all, do you foresee a future where, besides people coming to the ALSF for advice and help, there'll be situations where you set up capacity within their states where they are? And the other question was about the debt management toolkit. There's a commendation here for that. Someone saying, this will travel miles. Their question is whether that will only be for sovereign debt.
So in terms of disseminating again the legal knowledge, the whole point is for member countries to request the support of the ALSF. But it's a two-way avenue. I believe the ALSF does also reach out and promote its services to the member countries. So the idea is, based on this Abidjan hub where the facility is hosted and located, provide the legal knowledge and disseminate the legal knowledge across the different regions of the continent. So the operating model will largely remain the same, in the sense that both from a remote perspective and also from webinars, physical missions, we will also be providing the support to the member countries.
Okay, fantastic. Another question here that it would be interesting to think what each of you make of this suggestion. Someone says, why not create an ALSF certification, obliging the states to seek this certification, which should give more credibility to their contracts? So wonder what you all make of that submission. Shall we start with you, Honorable Dr. Baylor, and then we'll go to Dr. Sharif for his comment on that?
Certification, I don't get it. What is that? That they certify the established institutions in the countries that will certify? Or
So it's not entirely clear, but it seems this person is suggesting, could you have some sort of standard that would apply to states that obtain it from you, and then give whoever they're negotiating with more confidence in their contracts? If I've got it wrong, please do clarify your question. But that's the question I understand it. Perhaps speak more generally to different modes of engagement.
Yes. Well, that will be very good. It's more like creating a CPA equivalent legal system where you certify the lawyers in that country, and they will be able to do what you need to do. But I think the problem is the shortages of these people. Before you certify, you should capacity build the country. There are universities in all these countries. I can say mine, but not enough lawyers are coming out, well-trained lawyers. So we would say that maybe capacity build some of the institutions that are capable, or build the capacity of those institutions to first produce legal staff, paralegal staff, legal staff, and then you will be able to certify if there is such a thing, such a global thing. I know that every country will have their own bar to pass, and I'm sure there are also international norms. But before you do that, you should produce, the raw material, so to speak, and that will take a while. I think education is one of the most critical issues in development, and every area you touch, the transitioning countries are very, very weak in all those. And legal is one of those that we are the weakest. Production of lawyers is the area that we lack the most.
Which again is exactly why the ALSF was set up, because getting that legal capacity when you need it. I don't know if you have a response to that particular thought, Dr. Sharif.
So I think that the question that's being posed is why can't we take resources and develop the skill sets needed for contract negotiations, for debt negotiations within the governments themselves, rather than using a facility? Well, I think just to elaborate to the colleague asking the question, there are fundamental issues that need to be understood. The first, in the 20 transitions that we're talking about, the civil service wage bill is one of the biggest challenges that many of these countries face, which is basically financing the civil service more generally. But civil service pay scales are simply not amenable to the kind of skill sets that you actually need to do this kind of work. Second, have a person myself who's been involved in complex negotiations in the Paris and the London clubs, I can assure you that skill set is a very rare skill set that is very, very hard to find. And the legal expertise and the technical expertise that you need to conduct negotiations on behalf of a government on debt resolution that is either on sovereign debt, which is the Paris Club, or non-sovereign debt, which is the London Club, it involves a level of knowledge and an understanding of how to basically develop approaches for debt relief, for sovereign and non-sovereign lending, that is simply a very rare and very hard to find. So if you are going to try and implant that level of expertise across the continent, that's simply not how this universe actually works. So the reason dedicated in the African Development Bank through the Transition Support Facility, which I supervise, the reason we allocate $40 million to the ALSF for their projects in transition states is because these skill sets are so rare. And typically, any government, whether they have the resources on their own to get the kind of support that they need in complex debt negotiations, either with sovereigns or non-sovereigns, you always turn to a team of professionals, which you can, at least the firms or the individuals that have the knowledge of how to handle such complex discussions, it can be counted on one hand. So it's simply just not the as the person asking the question is asking. This is a highly technical skill set, which is very expensive to procure, very difficult to embed in civil service, where salary scales are just very poor.
Absolutely. I think that was a great question to have, actually, because it does highlight just how what a sensitive area this is, and just how highly technical and how rare that expertise as well, which is exactly why the ALSF being able to offer this to member countries is so important. As we wrap up, I would just like to hear some brief thoughts from you. We've had this extension of the facility for a further 14 years. What would you like to see the ALSF achieve in this period? Let's start with you, Honorable Dr. Bella.
Yes, as I alluded to earlier, I welcome the extension of 14 years, and I hope that within those 14 years, the services of this great institution will focus into few areas, so they can make a difference like they did. I would say focus on maybe supporting debt restructuring and debt management and all that, and also helping transitioning countries or African countries in the negotiation and renegotiation of major agreements and contracts. In addition to that, probably what we were talking about now, training of lawyers or assisting countries to have more lawyers. A specialization may be later on, but lawyer is a lawyer, and it takes you to be a lawyer for you to specialize in the specific areas. Negotiations, of course, like Dr. Sharif said, comes with experience and expertise. But these are the three areas that I think they should probably focus. In light of the paucity of resources all the time, you cannot do everything. But we really welcome the extension, and we benefited a great deal from this institution, and we will continue supporting this institution by speaking on their behalf, fundraising on their behalf, and also as a nation contributing whatever little we can contribute. Thank you.
Fantastic, wonderful. Thank you for those final thoughts. I do have to wrap up now, but I'll give you a quick word if you would like one, Dr. Sharif.
Well, thank you. Just very quickly, I think the investment that the African Development Bank makes in the through the Transition Support Facility is absolutely a vital one. I think the only thing I'd just like to say is the grants and the advance funds that we provide to the ALSF, which in turn they provide for the regional member countries for legal advice and technical assistance, does provide highly qualified legal counsel for complex negotiations, and has led to improved governance in a variety of areas. And I think what's key is to remember how successful the ALSF has been in helping Somalia address its sovereign debt issues, Gambia the same, in addressing vulnerable in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo. I think there's so many examples of ALSF successes just on the debt negotiations and what the ALSF has been able to achieve in rescheduling debt. $40 million has done so much in supporting our transition states, especially in rescheduling debt and giving them the breathing space to continue to invest in development is their biggest success. And as I close, I just wanted to thank Steve for all of the work that he's done, for the excellent team he's put together, and for the achievements that they have left on the continent, and to welcome Olivier and to wish him also the best of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Olivier, as you are our host, you only get 2 seconds to wrap up, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Dr. Kalecheri, for your kind word. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Abdurrahman Bele. I'd just like to quickly thank His Excellency Dr. Adesina for the renewed support he expressed in his video earlier. We appreciate the commitment and the pledge to accompany ALSF in its mandate. And we also be guided by the member countries through the orientations they give to the Governing Council. And we'll welcome their push for us to be even more ambitious, even more driven towards meeting the objectives. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for your insights and your candor. Thank you very much for a fantastic discussion. And thank you to everyone who contributed and watched as well. I'll hand back over to Joel now and pray that he will forgive me for going slightly over into his time. Over to you, Joel.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I mean, I don't know about the forgiveness, but we can discuss that at another time. Thank you very much for what was a very rich discussion. And the key thing was also those questions that came in from those of you joining us. So thanks again to the panel, to Nancy, and to those of you who participated by sending in your questions. And I know we couldn't get to all of them, but thank you very much. And please do keep sending them in. And hopefully over the next sort of 2 days, we shall be able to at least address some of them. So thank you again. And it's now time for me to sort of say that for us to go to our next panel. Our second panel today is on the issue of sovereign debt. And as we all know, many countries in the Africa region do face real challenges on that issue. And for that discussion, I'll now hand over to Henry Bonsu, who will moderate and lead the discussion. Over to you, Henry, now.
Mr. Bonsu, you can go.
Can you hear us? Over to you.
I'm waiting for Joel to introduce. He has already.
Can you hear me?
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Joel, for that wonderful introduction. So we've had our opening ceremony and we've had our first panel. And now over the next 50 or so minutes, our distinguished sovereign debt panel will give you a taste of ALSF's work in the debt sector and the perspective of regional member countries and partner agencies. And on the panel are Cesar Augusto Mba Abogo, former Minister of Finance, Equatorial Guinea, and now AFDB's country manager in Mozambique. Also with us is Barthélemy Faye, partner at the global law firm Cleary Gottlieb, and he'll provide us with the benefit of his experience in this sector. Al-Walid Al-Atabani can give us the perspective of Sudan's Ministry of Finance, where he's seconded from the World Bank. And Andrew Mvumbe will speak from his vantage point as head of the Debt Management Office of Zimbabwe. So a stellar panel. You'll hear from them very shortly. And we'd like to hear from you in the usual way, using the chat box at the bottom of your screen. But before we unleash the panel on you, I'm delighted to invite Nicole Kearse, Senior Legal Counsel at the ALSF, who will now set the scene. Over to you, Nicole.
Okay, great. Thank you, Henry. So I know that today we have guests from all over the world. So I want to wish everybody a good morning, a good afternoon, and a good evening. I would also like to thank and welcome our esteemed panelists that you will hear from shortly. So the topic of sovereign debt is one that has been spotlighted over the past few decades, not just in Africa, but throughout the world in general. So before we begin this session, it is important for us to all keep in mind that the challenges related to sovereign debt are not uniquely African. They're not a uniquely African story. We need only look at recent examples in Europe and South America to confirm this fact. However, sovereign debt does pose unique challenges to African countries. We know that the landscape of Africa's debt has continued to evolve over time. What was once largely based on concessional lending has changed as African countries increasingly rely on new ways of financing infrastructure development and financing their general budgetary needs. New lending structures such as Eurobonds, collateralized and resource-backed loans, Islamic compliant financing, to name just a few, as well as new lenders such as Non-Paris Club and the so-called plurilaterals, have clearly all changed the nature of Africa's debt over time. In addition to this, an overall increase in sub-sovereign debt and the continued development of PPP projects on the continent given rise to contingent liabilities, which have the potential to impact countries' debt profiles. The added layer of the recent global shock has, of course, in many countries either caused, exposed, or in some cases exacerbated existing debt vulnerabilities. It's easy for us to focus on the challenges, though. The narrative that is often missing is that of success. Many African countries have both sought and successfully implemented new ways of financing that respond to key concerns such as climate change, the deterioration of coastal areas, biodiversity, safe drinking water, and education. African countries have also taken more sophisticated approaches to debt issuances, structuring new debt using the most up-to-date tools and techniques that will protect the country's resources, assets, and people. The ALSF itself has a key role to play in Africa's debt story. The subject of sovereign debt, as you've heard before, is one that's very much at the heart of the ALSF, as the ALSF itself was established largely in response to challenges facing African countries, especially heavily indebted poor countries, fragile states, and post-conflict countries, in dealing with aggressive and/or intransigent creditors or vulture funds. The need for the support that is currently being offered actively by the ALSF was identified originally by African ministers of finance, who noted that poorly negotiated contracts resulting from inadequate legal representation and local capacity were some of the underlying reasons for vulture fund litigation on the continent. The ALSF was therefore founded to level the playing field between international investors who came with sophisticated support, legal support, and other support, and African country counterparts who did not always have the same level of support and representation. In the sovereign debt sector, at the ALSF, we take a very comprehensive approach to our support to our regional member countries, assisting governments in all stages of the debt process, including with new issuances and hedging arrangements to promote fair and balanced debt agreements. We assist with debt management, as well as with restructuring, reprofiling, and refinancing to ensure that such arrangements adequately protect the borrowing sovereign. We assess with creditor litigation to make sure that countries are approaching litigation with robust strategies and with suitable representation. We also develop and we deliver bespoke regional and national training programs, as well as knowledge products, such as the hopefully soon to be famous Understanding Sovereign Debt, Options and Opportunities for Africa, all to enhance capacity in Africa in the debt sector. Working with our development partners, the ALSF has ensured that regional member countries are indeed getting the support they need. The purpose of today's conversation is to discuss and to propose solutions related to avoiding unsustainable debt for sustainable development. This conversation will therefore, of course, look at where we are today and help us to understand some of the key challenges that African countries are facing in the public debt sector. This is because understanding the current and the historical context will provide direction for the future. More importantly, however, this conversation will be forward-looking and touch on good governance, tools for debt resilience, and new and innovative ways to finance projects and national budgets. The distinguished panelists will share their views and on-the-ground experiences with public debt issuance, debt management, and restructuring, as well as their hopes and their goals for the future. And finally, each of them will touch on the ways in which the ALSF can contribute and play a pivotal role in the future of Africa's debt. With that, I will conclude and pass back to you, Henry. Thank you.
Nicole, thank you very much. Superbly summarized, and you've set us quite a task. We shouldn't dwell too much on the challenges, though they're there, and I see people, our delegates who are tuning in from around the world, want to make sure that we do address them, but at the same time, you've talked about the ways in which African countries have looked at newer and more sophisticated models of dealing with debt and refinancing and restructuring, assisted by the ALSF, and we'll try and address those. Now, to remind you, we've got 4 stellar panelists, and rather than give you their heavy titles, we were encouraged when we were in the green room a couple of minutes ago to consider ourselves friends. That's what Cesar said, Cesar Augusto Mba Abogo. Now he's somebody who could take the title honorable. So Cesar, thank you very much for encouraging us to really connect and really engage. So I'm going to start off with you by talking about how the ALSF engages with countries. Now, before taking up your current post at the AFDB, you were Minister of Finance of Equatorial Guinea. Can you talk about your experience of working with the ALSF? How were things when you found them, and how were things once the relationship had matured?
Thank you very much, Henry, for the question. Am I on mute? Let me see.
You're fine. Okay. You're live. We can
thank you, Henry. Okay, thank you very much, Henry, for the question. You are forcing me to look back to yesterday, what we did. In 2019, when I was appointed finance minister, the banking sector in Equatorial Guinea was, let's say, in serious distress. The non-performing portfolio of public infrastructure companies was preventing banks from financing the non-oil sector, which was our hope for economic recovery. In the program we adopted that year with the IMF, one of the main challenges was the clearing of domestic arrears through a debt for cash bond swap. The clearance of domestic arrears will improve the liquidity of the banking sector, which could then finance the economic recovery. That sounds easy, but everyone who has gone through such a process knows that it is anything but easy. Mainly that's my thinking, mainly for 2 reasons. First, debt restructuring has to be done in an orderly and straightforward manner. And second, sometimes there are forces that delay the solution. We can say perverse incentive, but let's say forces that delay the solution. African Legal Support Facility provided us with assistance and resources to design our debt restructuring process. That was like a very robust approach for us to deal with the debt in Equatorial Guinea. It was a providential help in a very, very difficult context. I remember the first time when I met Stephen Karangizi in South Africa. That was in 2019 during the African Investment Forum. And my team and I were literally overwhelmed. Now, I mean, the thing has changed with COVID-19, with all that is going on. I believe the challenge we had back then is less challenging now. African Legal Support Facility role now is more than necessary, more than ever. And I think that the way we engage them, the way we interact with them, the way they supported us, it serves as a very good example on the way that these institutions support African countries, because we were literally overwhelmed. I'm going to stop here because I know you really like stick on time.
That's right. I want to come back to you on that because you talked about overwhelming, and that's a really heavy word. What was it about the encounter that you found overwhelming, and how did you build on that to the position you're in now?
Okay, I say overwhelming because you have to, I don't know if I can talk a little bit more about Equatorial Guinea. Our debt was relatively low. before 2014, before the collapse of the oil prices. Then after that, it went up dramatically from less than 50% to all the way to 46%. So just that happened in just less than 4 years. And that was a massive increase. So we were clearly going through a very unsustainable path when it comes to debt. So our priority was to get that under control as soon as possible. And in the program, we're negotiating with the IMF. This issue of the clearing of the internal area was a top priority. So we had little capability, and the African Legal Support Facility literally saved our lives.
That's quite a tribute. Thank you very much for that, Cesar. I'm going to move on then to Andrew Mvumbe. And Andrew, you're the director of the Debt Management Office in Zimbabwe, facing significant challenges over the coming years.
Recording in progress.
Let's talk about your partnership with the ALSF and how, are you okay there? Right.
Yes,
and
I'm okay
what the
now.
impact of that relationship has been, bearing in mind what Cesar said, talking about the terrible situation from 2014 onwards, how overwhelmed he was, and he and his team, but how the ALSF have helped nurture their growth to a position of relative stability now before he left and went to the FDB. So let's talk about Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are delighted to be part of the panel for this very important occasion for the Africa Support Legal Facility. Now, two issues. First of all, the facts on the ground on the debt situation. If you recall, currently we have seen the growth in external debt of most African countries. I think this is a fact we have to admit as of now, that many countries now, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, are facing debt challenges post the HIPC initiative, where debt relief was given to these countries. Where we have seen in terms of the debt to GDP numbers going up again. We have seen pressures on the revenues in as far as debt service is concerned for some of these countries. So that aspect is critical to our conversation. And then specifically for Zimbabwe, the issue of arrears. You might all be aware that Zimbabwe is in arrears with a huge debt overhang. We have over 10 billion of US dollars of debt, and about 7 billion of that is in arrears. So those are the two aspects I would like to contextualize the relationship with the African Legal Support Facility. First of all, the main challenge for us in the coming years for Zimbabwe is the issue of arrears clearance. We have to have arrears clearance. And then secondly, we have to look at new avenues of resource mobilization. Nicole talked about the international financial markets, bond markets, etc. These are the issues we are actually looking at in Zimbabwe, given the limited external official resources coming to Zimbabwe, given the area situation. So two areas where we are collaborating with the Africa Legal Support Facility in a tremendous way. Firstly, they've agreed to support Zimbabwe in its ever first sovereign bond issuance, because we are looking at alternative support in terms of resource mobilization. And the sovereign bond is going to be one of the avenues where we are going to use. And we have approached the Africa Legal Support Facility for assistance. And fortunately, they've agreed to come to support Zimbabwe. And really, this is a tremendous step towards us. It will bring confidence to potential investors. It will bring credibility to what we are doing in terms of the prospectus, looking at the prospectus, looking at the whole processes, etc. So that's one area where we are very encouraged by the role the Legal Support Facility will play. Secondly, they've agreed to give us capacity development, human capital development in this critical area. As you're aware, most African countries, this is a new area going into the sovereign bond market. And really, we have agreed with them that they will give us support in various areas, the risk management and even the processes themselves, what to look out for, credibility issues, etc. So that's one critical component which I am really excited about in terms of our relationship with the facility. So for Africa, I think this is, as most of us move towards resource mobilization through sovereign bonds, I think the sovereign bond activities for some other new players will definitely need the support of the African League of Support.
And Andrew, would you be going for the sovereign bond option if you didn't have the support of the ALSF?
Well, I said to my minister, we cannot go in there if we don't have the African League of Support facility on board, number one. Then number two, we also sought another AAA rated African bank to support the sovereign bond. So we will be working together with African League of Support facility plus this multilateral African bank, which will help us to guarantee this bond. So yes, we would have said we need credibility, and the credibility is definitely coming from the African League of Support facility. And also we will.
Thank you very much for that. So we've had two perspectives, Equatorial Guinea and Zimbabwe. Let's talk to a sovereign debt specialist, a lawyer, corporate lawyer of many years vintage, despite his youthful appearance, Barthélemy Faye. And Barthélemy, you have worked with Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Republic of Congo, and DRC in helping to restructure their debt. Can you explain how things actually worked? At what point did ALSF bring you in, and how did you manage to go about restructuring the debt of those countries? Barthélemy, I think you may be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Yes. So I wanted to thank you, Henry, and also say that I'm very happy and pleased to participate in this panel sponsored by the ALSF. I wanted to also highlight the fact that the role played by the ALSF in the area of sovereign debt is, in my mind and in my experience, absolutely critical, because it's an area where the learning curve is huge, and I think countries, states can benefit a lot from actually learning and knowing the rules of the game. As a sovereign debt specialist, I've been involved in many projects where I was brought in by the ALSF. And what I think the key kind of lesson that I draw from that, and the kind of personal satisfaction I draw from it when I compare it to my other assignments where ALSF is not involved, is the opportunity that I really enjoy to teach, share experience, transfer knowledge, and really hear concerns and questions from my clients. This to me is a distinctive feature that illustrates what ALSF involvement brings to the table.
Mm-hmm. And talk to us about your approach, how you actually managed to restructure the debt of those countries. What are you looking for? What are the things you seize upon, work with in terms of the finance ministries or the people that you're talking to, and then repackage? How do you go about it?
Well, it would be, it could, I could go on and on to tell you about how we do it, but maybe I will highlight a few points that we are really focused on when we are, invited to help in this type of situations. In terms of restructuring, what is important and where we really focus on is to make sure that first, the debtor understands that as a sovereign debtor, vis-a-vis its creditors, it has a lot of leverage. And the reason is actually very simple. It's that when a country says, I cannot pay, there is really no way to force it to pay. The only caveat, of course, is that if it just decides not to pay and does no effort to kind of pay at least the amount it can pay, then it can be penalized because it can be prevented from, borrowing money in the future. So the question is how to kind of get to a point where you can explain convincingly to your creditors what your capacity of payment is, and so what they should reasonably expect you to pay, and then also show that you are prepared to kind of, do the extra mile in how you actually have been managing your debt to be able to make sure that you will not get into the same situation again. So it is not, very technical. It is a matter of teaching first your client, what this is all about, how to position yourself to really get the best out of the transaction you're about to enter into.
Tremendous. Thank you very much for the moment, Bart. Let's move on, last but not least, to Al-Walid Al-Battani. Now, Walid, you were a specialist in risk management at the World Bank before you moved to the Africa region, and you're currently in Sudan. Let's talk about good governance, because that was mentioned earlier on in the previous panel, and it's often the elephant in the room in discussions like this. And of course, transparency, which are key aspects of the conversation. Now, how do they tie into effective debt management, and how can they lead to debt sustainability?
Thank you so much, Henry. And I also just want to acknowledge and celebrate, ALSAF meeting this important milestone in their young life, and I hope that they continue to excel on the continent. But I think, overall, it goes without saying that good governance and transparency are critical for effective debt management in general, and also sound and responsible fiscal management in general. It's important to enhance debt transparency by, having regular publications of debt data, debt reports that are made available in a broad way to parliamentarians, to the public, so that there is some level of accountability in terms of what is our outstanding debt stock that you have, what are the flows of debt, what are the new borrowings, what are the terms, so that, there can be some form of checks and balances. We came into the situation in Sudan. You have a country that was isolated for 30 years. Things were done in a very, very clandestine way. And we inherited a ton of debt, huge problems, particularly on this aspect of good governance. And one of the things that we're trying to do is to try and improve the overall governance and management of debt in the case of Sudan, given the importance of, having manageable and sustainable debt. Prior to coming to Sudan, I was based in East Asia, and what was common in that part of the world was that, they went through the Asian financial crisis, and that they started to look at how we can manage debt better, and they realized that perhaps you need something stronger than just regulations to do so, and they've actually passed, legislation to support transparency and good governance in general, and have that enshrined in law, where rules such as who can contract debt, how it can be contracted, how it's managed, what would be a national debt strategy, all of that would be outlined in sort of legal architecture, overarching architecture for debt management in a particular country. I think, frankly, without sufficient safeguards, you are heading into a situation where you will have problems. These problems get amplified when you have crises or exogenous shocks like what we're seeing today, with the COVID pandemic, as well as with climate change, for instance. So I think good governance and transparency go hand in hand with managing your debt better and trying to resolve the legacy debt issues. We were fortunate to have benefited from support from ALSAF that took us to the HIPC decision point, as well as to the Paris Club, which we're very grateful for. But I think overall, as we walk our way through the HIPC process, what will be critical is that in parallel, we try and build up the systems that allow us to manage our debt better, so that we don't end up in a similar situation in the future.
Mm-hmm. And when you say build up the systems, what do you mean? How will that be done? And how crucial will ALSF be in the building up of those systems?
Yeah, I think what I'm talking about is essentially having a functional debt management office where you have clear demarcation of responsibilities in terms of front office, middle office, back office. Having the regulations in place, having which we've included in part of our HIPC completion point triggers, having a public debt management law in Sudan, so that whatever happens after we're gone, we at least know that, you know, the future generations, there will be safeguards for them. It wouldn't be easy to contract debt as what we've seen in the past. I think, you know, for us, ALSAF has actually been our go-to counsel. I mean, you know, it's very easy for me to pick up the phone and work on something, send them an email, and they've been extremely responsive. And this is what I think is a true value, because I mean, they're with you in the trenches and trying to help you get out of the situation that you're in.
Right, but President Mbeki talked about the front line, but also in the trenches. Walid, for now, thank you very much. Andrew, over there in Harare, Zimbabwe, Debt Management Office. Let's think about this, because in the years leading up to the pandemic, a number of African countries, yes, were heavily indebted, but their debt to GDP ratio was not astonishingly bad. But then the pandemic came and we saw what's happened around the world, exogenous shocks. So think about this question: how can African debt be more sustainable and resilient to shocks in the future? Talk to us about the tools and mechanisms that are being considered or have been implemented in this regard. Over to you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. This is a critical question. I'll look at it from two levels. One, sustainability and resilience at country level, and then the other at multilateral level or international level. Now, firstly, at international level, I think we've had some initiatives emanating from the Bretton Woods institutions. As you're aware, they have had that reprieve on interest rates, on interest payments, the DSSI, where there was a moratorium on interest payments. And then we have had the typical HIPC and through Sudan and Somalia. And then over and above that, we have the coming one, which is being now touted as the common framework for debt resolution through the Bretton Woods institutions. And in that, I gather now we have 3 countries in Africa which have applied for that is Chad, Ethiopia, and Zambia, where this will provide deeper debt relief to these countries. So at multilateral level, there's been that approach in terms of how we have deeper debt relief, which is sustainable. And then on the other hand, I think what we are seeing also at country level then is the issue of responsible borrowings going forward, to say any borrowings you are going to undertake as a country, how does it impact on growth? How does it impact on investments, having a return on investments which are coming from debt? And also you have a macroeconomic stability to support that investment. So at country level, again, we have to see that efforts by governments to have sustained growth through diversification. You hear of industrialization, diversification of growth in Africa. I think those are very noble initiatives. And also we have the free trade area for Africa. Really, those are some of the initiatives which see sustained growth, which means that with sustained growth, we can be able to service sustainably the debts going forward. But really, I want to appreciate at country level to say the efforts at structural transformation within Africa really is a key element of the sustainability and resilience of debt going forward. And hence, we also in Zimbabwe, we are looking at how we make sure we are applying the debt resources if there's any. For instance, the sovereign bond we are talking about, it's there to support infrastructure, rather than in some countries where we've had that sovereign bond resources are used for wages for consumption. So that critical monitoring of the use of the resources from debt really is becoming very critical, so that we have to support growth, sustain growth, create the jobs, create the revenue base, which can also assist as we service the debt. So I'm looking at the 2 levels, at country level and then at multilateral level, as it were. Thank you.
Yeah, with some iron discipline there, a real iron discipline. Thank you for that. Let's bring Bart back in from the point of view of a corporate lawyer who's worked in several African countries. What do you make of what Andrew has said there, and think about the broader discussion on new and emerging financial models for Africa. And think about ESG, SDG, sustainability models. How well suited are these newer financial models for Africa? Over to you, Bart.
Yes, thanks, Henry. There is a very interesting debate going on about, how suitable the various new techniques of raising financing are to Africa. And as always, the response is never a simple one. It is very true that some of the innovations in this area, the ESG bonds, SDG bonds, can address some of the challenges that Africa is experiencing in the area of sovereign debt. To the extent that an African country can actually play by the rules and do the reporting that's required in connection with the issuance of ESG-linked debt or SDG-linked debt, it can benefit from it because this comes with what is sometimes referred to as the gremium, which means that you can access debt at a cheaper level when you're able to actually tie it to some more or less soft commitments that speak to certain categories of investors. And so this is sometimes seen as a way to kind of address the Africa premium that many observers of the issue of the sovereignty in Africa kind of regret. The reason, the fact is, the African borrower, whether sovereign or corporate, tends to be kind of affected by this kind of negative outlook that will unfortunately create or lead to a more expensive debt than than the economics otherwise should earn it. The difficulty, of course, is that this cannot address all the needs of Africa. I don't know of any single country that could finance all its needs only using ESG or SDG bonds. A client was telling me the other day that they have oil reserves, they want to develop them, and they know, of course, that there is no way you could raise ESG bond or SDG bonds if you tell them that you're going to use it for that purpose. But at the same time, it is a need that is critical to the development of the country. So it addresses some of the concern, but as always, I think Africa and African countries need to think pragmatically about this kind of issues and use certain mechanisms and techniques to address certain needs and use others to address other needs.
All right, thank you, Bart. I'm going to bring Cesar back in. We haven't heard from you for a while, and there's, of course, been a lot of focus on the negative impacts of the pandemic for obvious reasons. But then sometimes, necessity is the motherhood of invention, challenges leading to opportunities, new ways of looking at things. Are there any positive impacts that have stemmed from the pandemic in terms of how African countries are beginning to look at debt and debt management? Cesar.
Okay, thank you, Henry. I was listening to my brothers here. They are very articulated, and
I'm tremendously delighted that you've been deeply engaged by what we've heard. But now we want to hear some pearls of wisdom from you.
Oh, okay. Let's put it that way. First, COVID-19 means for us, for Africa economies, it means a drastic drop of external flows on which many of us are heavily dependent. Countries like Equatorial Guinea, Angola, oil, we're talking about oil revenues, we're talking about foreign investment, we're talking about remittances, we're talking about tourism, etc. Of course, we need resources to meet debt service obligation and for economic recovery. international solutions are necessary and welcome, but they do not solve the problem. Andrew, I think, was very clear on that, and Fai also was very articulated in that. Now, if you look at the recent allocation of SDR, only 5% went to Africa. And this 5% covers only is like 13% of the debt obligation of the whole continent for the next 5 years. Now, we have 16 countries in Africa that they will have in 2025 a lower income per capita than they had in 2019. And for these 16 countries, Angola is one of them, Equatorial Guinea is one of them, Nigeria is one of them, I think Zimbabwe also, Algeria. These 16 countries, the collective allocation represent only close to 1.4% of their GDP. Now, these international solutions that are being unveiled are very welcome, are very necessary, and okay, it's fine, but we need to also think about what is being done in Africa. And in this regard, I see very positive trends. Important efforts are being made in our continent to create fiscal space and revive growth. These are substantive changes at the government level to cut the drain of public funds, you know what I'm talking about, and also to reduce the illicit capital flows. Now, it is important that international solutions are highlighted and discussed, but it is equally important that we follow closely domestic efforts to move towards sustainable debt frameworks. I believe that COVID-19, that is my humble opinion, has increased awareness on the imperative of better economic governance in Africa. And I think that will bring very, very beneficial effects in the future. So I think this is a very difficult situation for us, but it has is creating an awareness that is pretty necessary to boost good economic governance. So this is where I see the positive in this nightmare we are facing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cesar. I'm going to bounce back to you, Al-Walid, given what Cesar has said. It has really concentrated the mind on this pandemic because there are many countries that were simply not in a position to deal with exogenous shocks, especially one of this magnitude. How do you see things from where you're sitting in Khartoum working with the government of Sudan? And how would you like the ALSF to work with countries in that position in the months and years to come, bearing in mind the renewed mandate?
I mean, I would agree with my brother Cesar on everything that he just said. And I think that, you know, in a way, COVID-19 was a wake-up call that we cannot take anything for granted. I think you need to get your house in order. There's no doubt about that. And I think that, you know, the crisis actually reinforced this idea that sound debt management is necessary for overall fiscal management, better fiscal management. You know, Sudan's situation is a little bit unique because we went through this revolution where we already were in an economic crisis where things had actually essentially stopped. And then on top of that, you had the COVID crisis, the COVID pandemic that came through that actually deepened the economic crisis that we were already in. So we suffered 2 years of significant declines in economic growth. And clearly, I mean, you know, you've already maxed out whatever you could issue on the local markets. You don't have access to international markets because you don't have a credit rating. We were on this SSTL, which is the US state sponsors list of terrorism that we were removed from in late 2020. So the situation is extremely dire. And I think that, you know, the current situation that we're facing is built on, you know, economic mismanagement of the past 30 years. And in many ways, we feel that we're building things from scratch. We're trying to build up a system, an economic management system that helps reinforce and sort of creates the basis for us to be able to generate economic growth. But where we are right now, it's still, you know, moving out of austerity, trying to manage the COVID crisis and seeing where this can take us into the future. I mean, for us, and I think, you know, from what we've seen so far from ALSEF, I actually think that they have a very important role to play because, you know, I think that what they do is actually dynamic, it's not static. I mean, you start out with countries that are facing unsustainable debt burdens. You take them through the HIPC process. Then you want to start thinking about how you could move towards, helping them grow their economies better by looking at what kind of resources that they have, whether they're extractive industries or whether, natural industries that they could develop and, bring in foreign investors into that space. And then you think about how they can help you access global markets as well, but through bond issuance is what Andrew was talking about earlier. And I think that they have an important role to play. I mean, Africa is very diverse. Every country is very, very different than the other. So I think that and I hope that they will be there for a long time. This will be the first 14-year extension. We'll see them for another 14 years after.
Tremendous, Walid. That was a wonderful, rousing note, but we haven't quite finished yet because you mentioned credit ratings. I'm going to bring Bart in to talk a little bit about the role of credit rating agencies, because Walid said, well, basically, we didn't have one. People on the outside, the big Fitch, Moody's, and all these other ratings agencies look at us and just think, no, we're not going to deal with these guys. There's no point. Talk about the role of credit rating agencies and what it takes in order for not just them, but others externally and maybe internally to take a country seriously and to think, yes, these people are now on the move. They're putting all of that behind them and they want to be taken seriously.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. This is a very important issue for those African countries that go to the international markets in particular. I mean, those countries that regularly issue Eurobonds because they raise huge amounts, and whether we like it or not, the cost of that borrowing is I wouldn't say entirely driven, but at least is significantly influenced by the rating that is assigned to the country. All the prospectuses that you will see always on the first page will bear some caveat saying that a rating is not a recommendation to invest. Nevertheless, today, in my experience at least, none of these countries goes to international markets unless they actually have obtained a rating. And the level of that rating, again, will determine to a significant extent, the coupon that will result from the transaction. So it is important to kind of cultivate the relationship with the credit rating agencies to know, how to speak with them, because the role of the credit agencies is they exist because there is some asymmetry of information between the issuer, the debtor, and the creditors. So to the extent that you can use your relationship with the rating agency to actually, inform your potential investors about your economic achievements, about the actual reality of your economy. Because the problem we have with Africa is, it's always too much or too little. The difficulty we often face when it comes to Africa is to have just, the discourse with the right tone, and that is something that with a good relationship with the rating agencies, you can achieve, and so build trust with your potential investors.
Tremendous. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll, easing toward the end of our discussions this afternoon, I'm going to bring Andrew back in. We've talked about asymmetry. That was the word Bart just used. Do you feel that the asymmetry is getting less sharp, and that, to quote our previous speakers, not least Stephen Karangizi, the playing field is being leveled? Do you feel that, Andrew, when you as Zimbabwe, alongside the ASLF, are being approached by or are approaching potential investors or issuers?
Like I have indicated, I think the facility itself, I think, is there to boost our capacity and to boost our confidence. And really the issues we have focused on them for Zimbabwe with this sovereign bond is really the capacity issues, how we relate with investors, how do we make sure that we have details in terms of the products we are going to give the investors, that it's best international standards, all those issues. I think as you go in, you gain more confidence, and really with the support they have in terms of capacity of human capital development, I think that's although it takes some time as well to build that confidence and the knowledge and skills. But I think when you know you have a big brother backing you, I think it means a lot out there as you tackle these complicated sovereign bond markets, really, and understanding the risks, the linkages, etc., and so on, which FAI is adequately, eloquently elaborated on. So really, it's like having a big brother on your side.
I like that. Thank you. A big brother on your side. Cesar, so this big brother and the relationship with the African countries it's dealing with at the moment, we're talking RMCs. How do you see things going forward? Because we're talking about 100 different projects, $100 million, which is great and probably growing. How optimistic are you about the years ahead?
Thank you, Henry. I think if you allow me to do that, I want to go back to what FAI was talking about the need we have to build trust, to show confidence, and to make sure that rating agency can really have a better understanding on what is going on in Africa and also in our economies. I would like to put it in another way. I think also there is a need for this institution to better assess Africa. So we have to do the efforts to build confidence, to build trust, but they also have to look to Africa in a different way, let's say in a much more rigorous way. Because when we are talking about everything that is going on, people talk a lot about the international solution to support Africa in this situation. But it's not only about support Africa, it's about to support the world, because Africa is part of the international community. And we have this SDG agenda which says that no one should be left behind. And it is imperative that the international system, the international financial system as a whole, build another approach toward Africa. So I think when we insist that we should do the effort, we should build confidence, trust, but we also have to put in the table that they need to do also a tremendous effort to look towards Africa in a different way. That's what I would say.
Tremendous. Thank you very much to Cesar Augusto Mba Obogo, Barthélemy Faye, Awalid Al-Tabani, and Andrew Mvumbe. Tremendous panel. Now, I'm wondering what Nicole Kearse thinks of that. Of course, she's senior legal counsel at the ALSF. She set us going. She gave us the context, and we tried to build on what she said. And now I'm going to hand it back to you for a couple of closing reflections. What do you think, Nicole?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. And thank you to all of the panelists for your insights and sharing your experience with everyone today. So as we promised, we have discussed some of the challenges that are facing African countries today, including some of the post-HIPC challenges, arrears clearances, and then just general strains on debt management offices. The panel has very rightly emphasized that good governance is a cornerstone of effective debt management, and of course noted that countries need to set up robust debt management structures and strategies to ensure long-term sustainability. It was also noted, importantly, that it's essential to monitor the use of funds in order to support development. From Mr. Faye, we also learned a bit of a secret, which was very interesting and useful, that perhaps countries have a bit more leverage than what they expect in negotiating and setting up debt arrangements. And then, of course, when it comes to credit rating agencies, a couple of people have touched on the importance of those relationships and building those relationships and ultimately leveraging those relationships. We've also discussed very, very keenly the importance of African countries needing to think closely and kind of critically about new financing tools that are being offered to them to ensure that those meet their needs, their country's needs, and that they're, of course, also fit for purpose. I liked a lot about the reframing COVID-19 question and responses. and the idea that it was a wake-up call and has just broadly created more awareness of debt-related challenges, which hopefully will ultimately lead to positive changes in the future. I think just generally speaking, the panel has left us with a lot to think about and to look forward to, and has indeed highlighted the importance of the ALSF in Africa's public debt sector through, as you've all mentioned, the provision of advisory services, capacity building, and as I mentioned earlier, the development of knowledge products. As everybody knows, I like the big brother concept, but we're also just generally here to assist African countries as they continue to navigate this very complex world of sovereign debt. And then we also look forward, of course, to partnering with them. And as we look forward, we begin to create innovative, forward-looking solutions and ways to deploy sustainable debt for sustainable development. So I want to thank everybody for joining. It was a very interesting and vivid conversation, and we look forward, of course, to the next one. Thank you.
Tremendous, Nicole. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much to our panel. That concludes Roundtable 2 on sovereign debt. I now hand you back to Basil.
Thank you very much, Henry, for that important and very timely discussion. Sovereign debt is something that every African country is grappling with, especially in the sort of, as we look to.
That's great.
So thank you very much. We're now going to move on to our next panel. On here, back. Our last panel today is on the extractive sector. And I once again hand you over to Nancy Kachungira of the BBC to moderate the panel.
Thank you very much, Joel. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for staying with us as we go through the day. And we've arrived at our final panel discussion after a riveting discussion on the issue of sovereign debt. And I noticed that we picked up yet another name for the ALSF. We've gone from guardian angel to frontline fighter, and now big brother. Well, I think we can all agree that to say Africa is rich in natural resources is an understatement. The topic of this panel is sustainable resource management for Africa's development. Besides all the biotic resources, the continent is also home to the richest store of minerals, precious stones, and other abiotic resources. You could say we have everything from A to Z, or should we say A to U, aluminium to uranium. Well, having said that, even though Africa is very rich in natural resources, its resource wealth is one of the lowest among the world's developing regions, as you will know. Africa's natural wealth could rise substantially in just a generation, but of course that's only possible if we've got sustainable and effective natural resource exploration happening. So why is that something we're discussing today? Well, you may or may not know this, but in 2020, 46% of ALSF's projects were actually in the power sector, followed by extractives and natural resource projects, which came in at 29%. So in this panel, we'd like to get into the use of natural resources as a catalyst for development across the continent. Against this backdrop, we have, of course, of regional and global challenges like unemployment, climate change, and all the rest. I've got a fantastic panel joining me for this. You will have already met Stephen Karangizi. We get to hear from him a bit more now in this panel. He is the director of the ALSF. Also joining us, Fred Kabanda, division manager, extractives at the African Natural Resources Center of the AFDB. Thank you very much for making time, Fred. We've also got with us from the Ministry of Mining of Niger, Fatih Soga, who is the head of legal. Wonderful to see you, and thank you for coming on. Jared Barrow is here as well, Commissioner for Petroleum at the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy of the Gambia. Thank you for joining us. We've got Eve Barrett as well. Eve is partner at Simmons & Simmons. Great to have you with us. And we'll also have Neogor Okai Akibe, who is Senior Legal Counsel at the ALSF and also responsible for putting all of this together. So fantastic speakers and a big chunky topic to get into. I'd like to start with, actually, I don't see Fatih, so I'll start with Mr. Barrow. If we look at this concept of the resource curse, which many people have talked about and written about, that paradox that countries with an abundance of natural resources often fail to grow as rapidly as those without such resources. Many look at Africa today and wonder, are our natural resources really driving development, or are the benefits of extractive industries failing to actually trickle down to the majority? How is your country addressing this challenge? If I could just get you to unmute, and then we'll be able to hear you. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon to you all. I mean, from the Gambia, from the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, the Gambia. I mean, resources or natural resources, in this case, the extractive resources, actually have never been a cause in some, jurisdictions. And I believe,
like which ones?
Yeah, not in Africa, like in the Middle East. It hasn't been, a cause. Mm-hmm. In countries like Dubai, in countries like Norway, they have very well, leveraged their natural resources for the development of their people, or for the development of the well-being of their people. Unfortunately, they will remain to be a cause in many of our African countries. Because of the, poor governance structures, poor institutions, limited capacity and bad governance in general. And unless and until these issues are addressed I mean, definitively, unfortunately for many of our countries, I mean, resources will remain, I mean, a cost.
So as you sit in the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, being aware that this resource could actually, you know, be a curse, as you say, what are the specific actions that you are taking to prevent that?
Oh, we've done, I mean, a lot over the past few years, I mean, to avoid resources being a cost in our country. I have to admit we are at a very early stages in the, I mean, project cycle of the, I mean, petroleum project cycle, meaning we are at the early stages of, I mean, exploration. Notwithstanding, we have, I mean, successfully, I mean, undertaking a very transparent licensing, licensing process, which is key to one getting, I mean, very good, I mean, companies, to, I mean, getting, I mean, confidence in the contracts that we sign with the IOCs, but also ensuring that the contracts are, I mean, robust and implementable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is one thing that we have done. But also importantly, over the past few years, we have built, I mean, capacity and, I mean, enhanced coordination and collaboration between the, I mean, various government stakeholders. We got all of them involved in the process, got buy-in from them, and they felt, I mean, the petroleum sector to be part of the sectors that they manage.
Okay, so being at the beginning of this journey, a good place to start to put the right framework in place. If I can come to you, Eve, because we're talking about all of this in a context that has changed dramatically over the past 2 years. The COVID pandemic has caused a lot of people to look at things differently. And there's a lot of talk about building back better, doing things differently and better than we did them before. When it comes to the extractive industries around Africa, has anything changed? What might change?
Thank you, Nancy, and good afternoon all. The first thing is probably it's not exactly the end of that crisis, of that period of COVID-19, and we still see, especially on natural resources projects, the impact of that crisis. Probably more on exploration projects than on projects already in operation. I think that there are a number of lessons to be taken from that crisis, and I would highlight probably two of them. The first one is that one issue with COVID-19 have been the restrictions on travel, and I think it puts a lot of emphasis on the need for local contents in natural resources project. I'm thinking in particular the requirement to use local workforce on natural resources project, and not only for unskilled workers, but also for the management, because on many exploration projects, people would tell you that they are still in force majeure because they can't send international consultants to do studies, or they cannot send their foreign management to the African operations. Projects which are managing much better the crisis are projects which have the ability on the ground to do most. Local contents, local requirements have been a big. The LSF in particular has been putting a lot a lot often faces on these requirements when we negotiate agreements for natural resources with them and with state. And I think the current crisis highlights that very much. The second thing I would mention is that even if it's not related directly to COVID-19, I think that the current crisis also highlights the urgency of the change related to climate change. I'm sure it's something we are going to discuss further, but I think people feel that all these issues are interconnected and that we need to do something, and that we need to do something also on natural resources African projects.
Absolutely. And as you say, that has been such a big focus in the wake. Well, we can't really say the wake of COVID-19. We're still in it, as you pointed out. But with COVID-19, a lot of people have started to focus on how things can be done differently. And with the climate change challenge heating up, that is a situation that is seen as something that could hasten that shift from fossil fuels to renewables. Stephen, if I could just get you to comment on that in terms of how ready Africans are for such a change, but also to broaden that conversation out, because it's tempting when we talk about extractives to focus on oil, but talk to us a little bit about some of the other natural resources that the ALSF in particular has been working with.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I think, first of all, there is a big debate on the first issue you raised with what they term as energy transition. Unfortunately, which means transitioning from fossil fuels to the renewable energy. Unfortunately, Africa is not really involved in that debate as a catalyst or at the forefront, and could end up affecting Africa seriously, because we're at a stage where, compared with the more developed countries, that debate is possible. But I don't think we are at a stage in Africa where it is possible, because of the need, especially for the more fossil-dependent economies. With respect to our interventions, and my colleague Ogo will probably talk more about our interventions. They've been across the whole range of natural resources. I prefer to use the term natural resources because the term extractives can be a bit uncomfortable for some people for good reasons. So in the natural resource space, I mean, we are really talking not just the fossil fuels, but also the mining. And across the continent, there is a huge difference between the countries in terms of the dependence. I mean, some of the countries are really hugely dependent on them, and some of the countries are new discoveries. Then there are some countries that have been doing this for a long time, and their governance structures, governance instruments, legislation, and so on, and manpower is quite developed. I mean, for instance, the mining industry in Ghana, you can't compare it with a lot of the countries with more mining, or the mining industry in South Africa, Zimbabwe, are quite advanced. But having said that, the challenge that we have seen for the facility is the challenge that is well known for natural resources. They have curves, huge curves. There's a time when you have booms, and then you have slumps. When the facility started, we were actually in a resource boom. The prices were high, the demand for the resources was high, so there was a rush into Africa, particularly because the demand in Asia, I think one can say it clearly, China, was very high at the turn of the decade, turning from the first decade of the century. So at that time, that means the end of the last decade and then the beginning of the decade. And that's about the time we started operating, right at that time. So we had huge demand, and then the demand also comes in different forms. You have countries which were also transitioning in democracy. So they had had military governments, they had had poorly negotiated agreements, So we had a huge demand. In fact, we couldn't meet some of the demand. Then you had countries that had already been operating and had new discoveries. I think one of the big new discoveries was in the fossil fuel areas around that turn of the decade. And so we also tried to assist quite a number of them. The major issues we saw around the natural resources and our efforts to intervene always turned around the need for the countries to be adequately prepared. But I guess we'll discuss this a little bit more. So we had some success stories. I think we can also discuss those a bit more. When I mentioned the turn of the decade, one of the biggest success stories we had is Guinea, which unfortunately has now gone back to military rule, where they had a new democratic dispensation and they wanted to review all the existing agreements. We assisted them review them and advised them to cancel more than 60% of those agreements. And we are talking of potential massive investments, which then opened up the industry. We had some litigation arising out of some of those that were cancelled subsequently, but also sent a strong message that Guinea was for good governance. So maybe I'll stop it at that for now, just giving you one example, but there are many examples.
It's always good to hear a success story. And just before I move on, I would like to press on one point, because in your submission just now, you have mentioned the fact that Africa, or African countries rather, seeming to be acted on rather than acting upon various situations, whether it's climate change or resource booms and busts. We seem to be at the mercy of these factors. What would it take to change that? Because you mentioned being prepared, but just briefly, what does that look like?
I think the best thing to do is give a best example. In earlier discussion, your session one, there was a good discussion, and I thought I could have come in, but I said I'll probably come in now. Botswana. So what did Botswana do? There is no magic bullet. And I think some of the commentators mentioned it. Good planning, good legislation in plan, and not to expect that the boom is permanent or that the slump is permanent. To plan for the long term. So have adequate legislation in place that addresses the key issues that we are talking about. If you're getting revenue today, don't assume that you will get the same amount of revenue. So what did Botswana do? They were consistent and they never looked at the resources as benefiting the current, I'm talking in terms of time, the current government or the current people at the time. They looked at them long term. And then when the time came, when they were ready, they actually took up the industry and have started the value chain process, moving up the value chain on diamonds. It's interesting you are discussing diamonds at that time. That's where I said, I wish I wanted to come in, but I said, I'll leave it for another time. So that's a best example. And I think Botswana really offers us a shining example. Fiscal management is related to what the resource you get out. And if you can manage your fiscal resource out of for the long term, the countries are likely to be in a better position.
I don't know if that pun was intended by calling Botswana a shining example, but it was certainly a good one. Fred, what Stephen is describing is not rocket science, but why do we not have more Botswanas?
Thank you, Nancy. Yes. Thank you, Nancy, for the question. But I would also like to start by thanking LSF for inviting me to be part of the panel and congratulate you for the next 14 years of extending your mandate. Yes, why don't we have more of the Botswanas in Africa? The answer basically relies on a number of factors. And it is dependent on, one, what is the policy for the different countries? In other words, what is the resource you have, first of all? and in this case, diamond. Not many countries will have diamond at the same time, so the resource is widely spread. And two, what policies, what is the intent that you have put in place for your own policies to be able to develop your country? Botswana, the example he gives, is a country where the government decided to be part of the diamond industry. And when the De Beers came in, they also own shares within that industry. And so they sit on the table and they are able to contribute to what is needed for the country. So in other words, you need deliberate policies that will be able to drive you to where you would like to be. And these policies are then followed up with laws. Currently, one of the areas we are driving is local content and value addition. And in the areas we have gone to evaluate the policies, we have also gone with LSF to help us deal with the legal aspects, to put in place the legal aspects. And so the trend I see us going is first have a policy and then enable that policy with the laws in order to be able to go forward. And the trend now we see in Africa is that many more countries are actually tending towards the aspects of being able to want to achieve more from their raw materials and being able to process them further. Implementation of the Africa Mining Vision is something that is critical. And for the last 12 years, we have actually seen that many countries are putting in place the legal and regulatory frameworks that are enabling them to be able to drive the key thrust of deepening linkages between extractives and other sectors of the economy.
I just wonder, Fred, if you could give us some examples of countries that you see doing this and doing it well, because with the Botswana example, sometimes, there feels like there's a bit of exceptionalism around Botswana. There are more cows than people in the country. Some will argue it's easier to govern. We've heard about the exceptionalism of that sometimes. Perhaps you could give us a bit of hope by sharing some examples of countries that seem to be taking the right trajectory from your experience of what you've seen in the past few years.
Yes, I could give an example of Ghana, for instance, in the mining sector. I think they are doing well in terms of their linkages of the industry to other sectors of the economy. Basically, they are dealing mainly with gold, but also aspects of bauxite, which they have said, no, they do not want to export raw bauxite until there is value that has been added to this bauxite. We also see in the East African region that many of the countries that are producing gold are no longer exporting it as raw materials. They are refining it and they are processing this in order to be able to add value and get more out of this. Equatorial Guinea is another in the gas industry. They are actually the leaders of exporting LNG within African countries that are neighboring them. So these could be a few of those, but we see the trend is actually towards the positive end.
That's really good. Thank you for sharing those spots of hope with us. Neo Ogor, I'll come to you now. We've touched on various issues from oil and gas to diamonds and gold and other natural resources. But can you help us understand where the ALSF fits in all of this? What sort of work do you do in these sectors?
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. So I would just like to point out at the ALSF, we refer to natural resources and extractives. So the extractives, as you know, would be the oil and gas and the mining. But the natural resources expands to include agriculture, fisheries, water, other forms of natural resources that can be exploited from by a country. So there are several challenges that are faced by the countries in the African continent that have natural resources and extractives. If you're looking at the extractives industry, we've already touched on resource control, the resource curse, why development doesn't match the exploitation of those resources. We look at other natural resources such as agriculture and water. food security is a big issue on the continent. And then looking at the industry as a whole, both sectors, sustainable development is topical and is key now. But one thing that is common amongst all of these challenges is the complexity of the transactions that are required to move projects in these sectors forward. And this is where the ALSF comes in. We have noted the dearth of capacity, legal capacity on the continent. So the ALSF procures the assistance of internationally renowned experts in various fields. So if you're looking at fisheries, if you're looking at mining, oil and gas, we have access to the best legal counsel in those areas, and sometimes also offer other forms of technical support, sometimes financial and other forms of technical support on our projects. So we obtain the support of those legal counsel, and we offer that to the government based on a request from the government. When the government approaches the ALSF, we offer that to the government. It's at no, for fragile states, it tends to be at no cost to the government. This is to ensure that global best practices are maintained in those new projects, that undue advantage is not taken of the government, and that it's a fair outcome for the government and for the people of that region. In doing this also, what we try to enforce and what we try to incorporate is capacity building. So as Eve mentioned, there's a lot of emphasis on local content. We try to get our international legal counsel to work with local law firms, and this is a means by which the local law firms are able to gain more insight into the international workings in this industry and gain more capacity. Additionally, they are required to offer workshops and trainings to the government officials on these projects as well. So
that was actually raised in the last panel as quite a concern for many people watching.
Yeah, so when that came up, I thought, I have the answer to that. So yes, this is what
well, we've got it now.
Does.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, we also have a number of knowledge management tools. So we have the African Mining Legislation Atlas, which is a platform where we collate the legislation from all the mining countries.
I will actually ask you to talk about that a little bit later.
Right.
But for now, I would like to focus our minds a little bit on an issue that the whole world is concerned about. Mr. Barrow, I'll come to you first with this because Stephen touched on this, the issue of climate change. Now, I'm curious about how your government, how your ministry is thinking about this. How big of an issue is it? Because even though this is an issue that the rest of the world is focused on, if we look at the issue of clean energy, for instance, there are still 600 million people across Africa who have no access to electricity at all, let alone worrying about cutting their carbon emissions. How are you thinking about managing that challenge of industrializing, providing jobs, growing economies, while also tackling the issue of climate change?
Yeah, this, is a major concern to, us here in the Gambia, the ministry, and the sector. We undertook very good licensing promise for the sector in the Ghana. 1 year into the project, with global, change in opinion around the issues of climate change and the various.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barrow. We seem to have trouble hearing you. I'm sorry, we have trouble hearing you, and I think it's really important
organizations
Mr. Barrow, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I'm hearing you very well. Are you getting me?
Okay, I think it's better now. It's important that we hear what you're actually saying. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying we've had some, very real, experience, as far as the impact of climate change is concerned on the petroleum sector. In 2019, we licensed or granted us to BP with lots of, fanfare and promise that they will, within 2 years, drill a well on a very prospective block. Unfortunately, with global opinion driving, companies from fossil fuel to renewable energy, BP in 2020, this had some, of course, serious implications on the exploration landscape in the Gambia. So we, with the support of the ALSF, actually engage BP in a very constructive conversation. Eventually.
All right, Mr. Barrow, I'm sorry, we do have a problem with your connection.
Them out.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barrow, we do have a problem with your connection. I'll just ask you to maybe check that. I'll ask you, Mr. Barrow, to check your connection and maybe try to rejoin us just so we make sure we hear what you're saying. Okay, perhaps the technical team can help us with that. But we did get the gist of what you're saying, Mr. Barrow. He was talking there about this climate change conversation having a very real impact on the Gambia, because they did have contracts or deals that were then looked at again and had to be renegotiated or relooked at with the help of the ALSF. But following on from that, Fred, I wonder if you could just talk about that changing dynamic and also whether resource-backed loans still have a future for African countries, considering where the world seems to be going.
Sure, thanks, Nancy. To just add to what Mr. Barrow was talking about, I would like to look at it from a broad perspective. A perspective where we look at opportunities and challenges for this new climate change thing that we are talking about. The opportunity is that when we move from the fossil fuels into renewables, there are minerals that are required for solar panels, for wind turbines, and we must be able to look at these as an opportunity for Africa. And so this is one entry point. The other is that the transition will take some time. And one of the transition energies is going to be natural gas. And natural gas in Africa is quite abundant. And it therefore brings me to the aspect of not looking at one country in isolation, but looking at countries from a regional perspective and a broader Africa continental-wide trade agreement where we can be able to intertrade and be able to see from each other. So this is the addition that I would be able to add to this. But technology too is moving quickly, and there are technologies that are being invested in, new technologies like carbon capture and storage. These will be able to actually prolong some of the fossil fuel use in Africa for some time as we prepare to move to the new renewables. But we will also be able to move on this with time. Now, your next question was on the aspect of resource.
Yes, resource-backed loans.
Yes, resource-backed loans are basically those where loans are given to governments or basically state-owned enterprises, and they are given in exchange to repaying in kind using aspects of natural resources, for instance, or where a guarantee is given to the people loaning you to say the money we sell from this resource is what we will use to pay. The history is not very good for these loans because this year, the Natural Resource Governance Institute actually published a report that in the last 12 years between 2004 to 2018, there was about 66 billion loaned out to 11 countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. And the terms of these loans were opaque, the interest rates were not known, and they were not competitively given. And so basically they undermine debt sustainability. And under normal circumstances, they would have been discouraged. The reality though is that these loans are going to still be here for the coming future. Why? Mainly because there have been changes in trends for financing institutions to move away from financing development of some of the natural resources. For instance, it is not possible now, and it would be very difficult for one to actually get financing even for a natural gas project. And so countries that will need LNG are the ones that give these loans. And because of this, they now negotiate with these companies to say, can you supply us and we'll be able to actually pay you back within this time. I think we have to position ourselves better to support our countries, and this is where LSF and the African Development Bank have a role. We need to be able to advise these governments on borrowing transparently. In other words, publish, if it is possible, like the EITI requires, that you publish the terms under which you have got these resource-backed loans. We need to be able to put these loans into the budgeting processes and own them like the other loans that are normally given. We also must bring in experts to help them negotiate these loans better. And above all, the money that is got for these resource-backed loans should be used to support industrialization, able to create jobs for Africa. Thank you.
Those are really good insights. Eve, if I can ask you, because Fred has been talking there about loans changing in relation to what is happening in the rest of the world. So there are cycles here that are not just about commodity cycles, but also what other countries need and where the world is going. What can African governments do best to manage these variations in commodity cycles, as it were, or in the demand for their natural resources?
Thank you, Nancy. That's definitely one of the greatest challenges in the natural resources sectors because of these cycles. This phenomena is probably increased by the shift due to all we have discussed so far, the shift in interest in minerals. We see interest for new minerals or renewed interest for minerals which were a little bit left behind because of new technology, which increase interest for these minerals. I think it's very difficult to give one single solution about how to best manage these cycles. I think one really interesting solution, which has been implemented in more and more African countries, is through the use of sovereign wealth funds, often dedicated to the revenues of natural resources. Obviously, I think Stephen said that at the beginning that booms are not permanent, and that's maybe obvious, but obviously there is a temptation in countries where there are a lot of things to finance when there is a boom in natural resources, to use the increased revenues from natural resources to fund short-term projects, including very legitimate short-term projects. The interest in sovereign wealth funds is to put in a fund, in a structure, the revenues or part of the revenues of natural resources, and to give a mission to these funds to finance longer-term project like infrastructure, so that the short-term increase in revenues from natural resources can benefit not just to people now, but can benefit to the countries on the longer term. And I think Jerry, the first country Jerry mentioned at the beginning of our discussion about the natural resources being a curse or a catalyst was Norway, and Norway have been incredibly successful in building that. It's probably too easy to take this example. It's not something which can be replicated so easily, but we now see that I saw a list, there are maybe now 20 countries, African countries, having created their own funds for natural resources, and that's probably one of the best solutions against natural resources cycles.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's I think that's very, very well put in terms of what a sovereign wealth fund can do, and again points to the importance of structuring these things properly, which is something that the ALSF helps with. But Stephen, how do we then ensure that the environmental, social, and government needs are met by the wealth that comes from these projects? Because we mustn't lose sight of the fact that all this is geared towards Africa's development. It's geared towards changing people's lives in a very real way. So how do you meet those goals with these sorts of structures in a more effective way, Stephen?
Yeah, thanks very much, Nancy. I am glad you raised that question, because that's one of the challenges we faced as ALSF, in that for most of the governments, when negotiating mining agreements, any natural resource agreements and extractives, there was not much attention paid to environmental, social, and governance issues. As I said, they tended to be, even if you asked any of them on one-on-one, they tended to concentrate on the revenue that will be generated from the extraction, without paying attention to the ESG, if we can summarize them in the term used, issues. And yet those affect that industry long term. So what we've tried to do, we've tried from the beginning, we say, ensure that, as Fred was saying, ensure that you have the policy and necessary legislation in place that will enable you to address those issues. Don't rush to sign the agreement, to conclude the arrangement, and ignore the strong policy being in place. So you'll find that countries where the policy and the legislation was strong, it's easier to address the ESG issues in the agreements. Where they are not strong, then we come in as ALSF and try to make sure that there is a level playing field when they are negotiating and they address those issues. They may not see them as important in the short term, but sooner or later, they become a problem. They will affect communities. And we are talking of the whole cross-section of issues. The environmental issues, I mean, there are many stories. We don't need to relate them across the continent. The governance issues, we talked about Botswana. You can summarize their success in one word, governance, but also the other governance, the social issues like the gender issues and so on. And we've tried to address them. The local content issue is also closely related to that, especially social issues. Are you making sure that the people who are the inhabitants of that particular land are not displaced to their detriment of their livelihoods? And who is the first person affected? The women and children, the gender issues. So we try to ensure that in the negotiations, in the absence of strong policy and legislation, that they evolve. But also in the negotiations, we also try to drive governments to bring on board other sectors of government. Actually, most of our governments have strong environmental laws because over the years they've been assisted to put them in place. But when the negotiations start, the Ministry of Mines thinks it is only their role. No, it's not a mining issue. It also affects environment. So we try to convince them to bring the others on the table to address the issues.
Mm-hmm. Very good point there. Jerry, I hope we have you back. Sorry we missed some of your last point, but I hope everything's okay now with your internet connection. And just bouncing off Steve's point, I'm wondering, are these things you think about when you're coming up with your policies, when you're structuring your deals, doing your negotiations? Are you thinking about the environment, about the women and children that this will impact, about the social and governance dynamics of the work that you do?
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Nancy. I mean, one good advantage or benefit that we derived from the LSF support was the, I mean, coordination and collaboration that was, I mean, achieved through the support of the LSF. When we looked at our model petroleum license, all key, I mean, we actually set up a committee called Petroleum Negotiating Committee. That committee comprised of our environment agency, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of, I mean, the revenue authorities, the GAIPA, that is the investment authority. Under the committee, we also constituted subcommittees. The subcommittees brought, I mean, on board broader, I mean, spectrum of institutions dealing with, I mean, wide range of, I mean, policy matters. Under that, I mean, one of the subcommittees we call the Environment Subcommittee. You have the maritime institutions. You have the, yeah.
So we understand that there are loads of committees, but just in terms of what the outcomes are, what are some of the outcomes that you might have seen from incorporating these concerns into your policies?
Basically, we got the views and I mean policy objectives of those institutions. Institutions such as the environment agencies, I mean, concerns have been incorporated into the license, model license.
Okay, so these are concerns that you do factor into the various bits of work that you do. Okay.
Indeed.
Well, we are almost at the end of our panel already. Time has really flown by. It's been such an engaging and riveting discussion, but I'd like us to end with a few final thoughts. And perhaps I'll come to you, Eve, and just ask, what are some of the areas you think governments should be focusing on in terms of making the most of natural resources, and how might ALSF be able to help in the particular area that you identify?
I mean, I was really interested when looking at the chat during the previous panels, how many comments there were about natural resources and about sharing the revenues, the benefits of natural resources. It's an obvious topic, but obviously natural resources still create a lot of discontent and a lot of people still feel very strongly that the revenues of natural resources are not fairly shared between the foreign oil companies, the foreign mining companies, and the African populations, and that should probably be the number one focus. And I know that it is probably fair to say that it is ALSF number one focus. Local content was mentioned, and local content bringing more jobs for locals, more contract for supplies to local entrepreneurs is part of sharing the benefits of that of this natural resources project. Also finding the right balance for taxation between being attractive and fair for the population. That's, I think, still the biggest challenge, but ALSF has been working very much on this.
Absolutely. I think you'd be hard pressed to find many Africans who would confidently say, yes, I think the natural resources of my country are absolutely being utilized the best way they could to benefit me and my family. So Fred, with that in mind, what are some of the key things that governments need to be thinking about in order to change that?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Nancy. I think one thing that is critical and really very important is that the governments need to realize that the situations in their countries are quite different from situations elsewhere. We have seen within Africa that if somebody goes to Norway and Norway is praised for having a good law, they will bring it and copy and paste it into their own national law. I think this is where ALSF and ourselves have a role. We must be able to explain the variations between the situations in another jurisdiction from those here. And we must be able to start by analyzing the policy options, and that's the role of the African Natural Resources Center. We look at evaluating policy options that will bring benefits. And these policy options are the ones that are used for the countries to select which direction they would like to go, and therefore ALSF goes and follows up. So in a nutshell, partnership and collaboration needs to be enhanced between governments and the other institutions in order to be able to strengthen the aspects that relate to natural resource management going forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'll give our final word to Mr. Karangizi, who has steered the ALSF this long and is now handing it over. Just your final reflections on what African countries can really do to change this narrative around natural resources.
No, thank you so much, Nancy. I think the biggest thing missing for African countries is to take the leadership role on issues that affect them. And what do I mean by that? Fred articulated how we probably are now going to be the reservoir for the new minerals that are needed for the climate change transition. Yet at the same time, we are at a risk of being denied capital for the existing resources which we have in fossil fuels at a time when we still need those reserves. So there is a need for us to come together to be a voice. I'm not saying exactly to the level that OPEC did in the 70s, but we need to come to that kind of level. And of course, the second thing we need to call for is value addition for the minerals, because that is a huge game changer for us. I think we can use the African Continental Free Trade Area to do that and see how we can use that as a leverage, as a voice to voice our concerns. I started by saying that we are missing in dictating the change that is taking place, the whole debate on energy transition and also in relation to value addition. We've been talking about value addition for so long, but why are we not able to influence it? My belief is we can only influence it collectively on a continental scale.
Fantastic. That's a great point. I will quote a major philosophy here that you might have heard of called Michael Jordan. He said, talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence win championships. And I think you're absolutely right that when people work together, when there are partnerships, there are much better outcomes all around. And I thank you so much to my panel. I'm also reminded, of course, of the fantastic intervention we had from you, Jerry, reminding us of the real challenges that are faced in the way that your government is dealing with them. And of course, thank you very much to you as well, Nwogo, for highlighting just how the ALSF is involved in this big picture of turning things around and making sure that we get the best out of our natural resources. Sustainable development does require human ingenuity, which means people are the most important resources, and you have been a fantastic resource for this panel. So thank you very much. And to everyone who has stayed with us and kept watching, thank you as well. And we look forward to continuing this conversation. I'll now hand you back to Joel.
Thank you very much, Nancy. The philosopher Michael Jordan, in the context of the extractive sector, I have to say I have never heard before, but that was an excellent panel and an excellent discussion of some of the key and critical issues facing the countries that are having to look at their natural resources sectors. And thank you very much for that panel, Nancy, and to all of those who participated. That was our last panel of the day. And so now I'd like to invite Madame Eva Jalla, who is the chair of the Africa Legal Support Facility Management Board, to make some closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Good evening from Zambia. It's evening. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, the President of the African Development Bank, distinguished guests, may I simply say, ladies and gentlemen. Today is day one of the two-day ALSF high-level event under the theme Smart Legal Capacity for Africa's Development, a new phase for the African Legal Support Facility, to commemorate the extension of the term of the ALSF. I am most grateful to all our speakers today and the participants at large for their remarks and interventions, which have made this event fruitful. During today's breakout sessions, the roundtables, we deliberated on and heard your voices, our stakeholders, our beneficiaries, regional member countries, and development partners. We kicked off this event with RMSCS discussing how the ALSF can provide smart legal capacity in its focus areas generally, and they provided useful insights and ideas. The second round table session discussed sovereign debt, and the third round table session focused on extractives and natural resources, including agriculture and water. What is made clear from these discussions is the need for continued ALSF involvement on legal issues impacting the continent. The discussions explored more effective ways of delivery of the facility's services to RMCs, taking into account the shifting landscape in the finance and development world, and the effects of factors such as climate change, the fourth industrial revolution, and disruption of economies, and information and political systems. The COVID-19 pandemic has magnified many gaps and challenges in the way legal and technical services are delivered, and has accelerated change in the right direction in terms of being innovative and proactive and having the ability to link business decisions with business needs. The uncertainty of COVID-19 has caused many organizations, including the ALSF, to rethink and reframe their strategies, to exploit the upside and abate the downside of COVID-19. Given that uncertainty breeds innovation in such times, it is essential to have operating and financing models, technology tools, efficient and fast processes, while incorporating flexible country-specific approaches and international best practices in the facilities operations. Going forward into 2022 and beyond, the key to remaining agile, relevant, and flexible in delivery of ALSF services in a smart way across Africa will be the ability to identify the problems beyond pandemics and come up with the most appropriate solutions, which will help the facility prepare for a sustainable future in line with its strategic objectives and deliver more value in fulfilling its mission, which is achieving sustainable legal capacity for Africa. This event kickstarts an exchange of ideas with you, our stakeholders, on how the facility in its new phase can identify current and future gaps and challenges and be more efficient and effective in its delivery of legal and technical assistance across the African continent. Olivier, the incoming director and chief executive officer, made several remarks towards supporting the facility in providing smart legal capacity among the RMCs, including maintaining dialogue and collaboration with its development partners. In closing, I reiterate my appreciation for this enriching event. I look forward, as the chairperson of the facility, the management board, to making progress on all the issues discussed. The ALSF renews its commitment to all its stakeholders and remains resolute in achieving sustainable legal capacity and contributing to sustainable development in Africa. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Eva Jala, chairperson of the ALSF Management Board. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our proceedings for today. And I'd like to start by thanking our keynote speakers, panelists, and our moderators, Nancy Kachungira and Henry Bonsu. I'm sure we've given you a rich menu food for thought. And I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow, when we will have another invigorating day of discussions. And of course, we shall also hear from eminent speakers. I'm Joel Kibaza, and I hope you've enjoyed the day and learned quite a bit. I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Goodbye.